call to order the meeting of the Johnston County Board of Commissioners, the 2024 Strategic Planning Session. I'd like to welcome all those who are here in person attending and watching us live. Also those who are on YouTube who are tuning in to watch us or will watch us in the future. Thank you for doing that. This is a very critical and important meeting to us as commissioners and for our citizens to take an opportunity to not get into the weeds and do business that we normally do, but to look forward to things to come and set our priorities and goals as a board and as a county. And I thank all my commissioners we've had. This is our third year of doing this. I want to thank you all for the effort and the work that you put in to get us to this day. And I want to say, as we open normally with an invocation and a pledge, I've called on Commissioner Harris for the invocation, and I've asked Commissioner Tony Braswell to lead us in the pledge. So if you choose, you can stand with us as we have the invocation.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you this morning in thanksgiving for this beautiful day, for the wonderful opportunities that we have together. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to come to this strategic planning meeting, that we sit together and work toward the future of our county. Father, we ask for your blessings in all that we do and say. Bless this county and those who live in it and visit here, and be with us all throughout this day. Father, it's my prayer that each one of us will become all you created us to be. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Join me as we honor and pledge allegiance to our flag. Present poem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Move some of this stuff out of the way here. I do want to say, I did say this is our third year of having the strategic planning retreat, session. If I say retreat, I really mean session every time I say that.
That's not really the case, Mr. Chairman. We've had them in the past.
Okay. But anyway, I did want to say, this being the third one that we've had in a row, we will like to call on the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. I know Kevin Leonard cannot be here today. We will miss him. He has led the discussion the last 2 years, but we have a very capable team led by Amy Basin here to lead us today. We also have Neil Emery and Amy Cannon here to help guide us in our discussion today. So I'll turn it over to you, Amy. Amy's, yes.
We have decided that we will only hire Amy's at the association.
The A-team. Here we go.
Yes.
And Neil. The A-team and Neil.
The A-team and Neil.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I need to leave with a minute of gratitude. Well, many minutes of gratitude, but just gratitude. Thank you. Microphone. I can stand at the podium. Oh. That's for you. I got the podium. How's that? Look at that. Okay, and now we had that nice jazz music start this morning, so now we're gonna go into that. I just wanted to start by saying thank you. Thank you for having us as your state association, and thank you to the public. I know there are folks listening in, so for those who haven't been with us before, we are the North Carolina State Association of County Commissioners. We are your state association. We are here for you to help support this process. I want to say thank you for the work that you do. I know that you all have very busy lives, and there is a lot that is asked of you. And I think we're going to see over the next couple of days how much you've gotten done and accomplished, and so we're excited to hear about that. The first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to just give a little bit of context setting as to what we're going to do over the next couple of days, and then Chair Lauder, I will turn it back to you. And I think in this first session, what we'd like to do, if y'all are okay with that, is just go around and take a few minutes to reflect on the past year and really talk about some of the accomplishments that you have achieved, what you're feeling good about, because y'all have done a lot and we're really excited to hear about that. And then this afternoon, we're going to do more of a deeper dive. So just to set the context of the agenda, like I said, this morning is going to be a chance for y'all to talk a little bit about where you are, accomplishments. Then we're going to go into a bit of a deeper dive this afternoon looking at the priorities. And I know y'all have accomplished a lot, so we're going to dig into those. You've done a survey. We're going to then take that into what is it that you want to continue to work on and accomplish over the upcoming year, and hopefully you'll ask us back again. And then we are going to hear a little bit this afternoon substantively outside of this process about the status of broadband in your county. We'll have a little bit on that before we get into the priorities. And then tomorrow will really be your working session where you're going to dig in, see what you've done, and then what you want to accomplish, and hopefully find that to be a helpful process. As you heard, we are a person down. Your executive director of your association, unfortunately, came back from a national legislative conference and is under the weather. So rather than bringing that to you here, he brings his regards and his apologies. We told him that we will try to make him proud. I did want to, again, let you know I'm Amy Basin, and I am the Deputy Director and General Counsel with the NCACC, and just appreciate the opportunity to be here. As Chair Lauder said, it's been 3 years in kind of this iteration. I know that y'all have been doing these planning sessions for a long time, but in the past 3 years, feel like we've really gotten to a place of getting to dig in and do this strategic planning. And I was looking before we came up here, and I want to make sure that those watching in the community know this is so critically important, and I think really want to give you just some applause on taking the time to do this, because you are all so busy. It takes a lot of time to get into the nitty-gritty and the work of the county, but to kind of take your head up for a couple days and do this, I think is really going to be a productive process, and we just applaud you for taking the time to do it, because it does take a lot of time and energy. With that, I'm going to ask the others from NCACC who are here to help support, just let you know who they are and who's here with us.
Good morning. I'm Amy Cannon. I retired from Cumberland County last December after 32 years of service, but public service was still in my blood and my veins, and I was very fortunate that Neil Emery reached out to me about an opportunity to continue to give back to counties across the state. So I work part-time for the association. Johnston County is in my region. I'm extremely honored to be here today. I want to thank the county manager for his assistance in getting everything prepared, but I also want to thank the commissioners. We received all 7 surveys back from the board members. That doesn't happen everywhere. So I truly appreciate that. That really builds the foundation to get that advance information for the discussion this afternoon. So thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Good morning. It's great to see all y'all again. Appreciate the invitation, as noted, to be here with you. This is a great recognition of the dedication of this board to take the time to do this. Again, we recommend this to counties across the state, and we have the opportunity to be a part of that in a number of counties, but y'all do it the right way, and you give it the time needed to actually explore the issues and develop the priorities, so we appreciate it. Neil Emery, I've been with the association 15 years. I knew Rick Hester 100 years ago, I think. But Rick and I have known each other a long time, and again, we just welcome the opportunity to be back with you. And I've been working with the association 15 years after retiring as a county manager for 30 years.
Good morning, everyone. I want to say thank you guys for having me. My name is Starbisha Sadawai. I am a strategic project coordinator. I am part of one of the new extensions that the association have, the SMS team, and I am here to scribe for the event. And thank you guys for having me.
Good morning. Thanks so much. I am Denise Canada. I work with your association doing a lot of things, including data analysis, which is what I'm here to do for you today. I've been with the association for about 2 years, and before that I was at the General Assembly approximately forever. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Amy. And for those, I don't know if if you watch or if you listen to the basketball games on the radio, right, the color commentary. So for those who maybe don't have the visual, I do have to give the color commentary of, we all got the staff blue blazer memos, so everyone sees that's what you need to wear to be a part of this wonderful organization today. So thank you so much for that. And I do want to personally give a shout out to Denise, who just stood up. She started with the association just a few days before your first retreat 3 years ago, and we, if you remember, we said, hey, we got something for you to do to start, and she has been requested to come back year after year, so she has continued to refine that information and has done a really great job of digging in and giving you information about where you've been and where you're going. So I do want to now take a little bit of time, if it's okay with you, Chair, to go around, and I'll allow you to decide whatever order you'd like to do that in, to talk about the past year, what you feel like your accomplishments are, your successes. I feel like here, I'm sure, and in life, we take so little time to really stop and look at the work that we've done in a positive light. A lot of times we're looking at all of the continued work that needs to be done, the issues, the problems that are identified. That's what you do, and that's really important. But I just want to take a little time to look at all that you've accomplished. Real quickly, to get your mind going in that space, I did look back at last year's report. And you talked about, I'm just going to give you some highlights of some of the things you talked about being proactive versus reactive in strategic planning, and that's exactly what you're doing here. That correlating your agenda items as a board with your priority items, continued progress in some of the priorities we're going to talk about with transportation, land use, facilities, continued financial stewardship, improved relationships between all the boards that you work with and all the entities and agencies that you work with, and I think workforce and justice and public safety. These were all issues that you talked about that you were working on and wanting to continue to work on. So I just wanted to remind you that's where you were last year, if that starts to spark some of those things in your mind. And with that, if it's okay, Chair, I'll turn it over to you, and we can go around and talk a little bit about the past year and what we've accomplished.
Well, somebody's got to go first, and I think I'm going to, call on Commissioner Dickey Bride. We'll just work our way this way, but I will go last. I will say that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
I particularly am pleased that the progress we've made. We've been working on bringing our fire departments up to the new standards and get more where we're prepared for less volunteerism and more paid staff. We're working on tax base to cover the needs of the low wealth departments. I think we've done a lot of work in that area. We're working with all the municipalities. We've had several meetings with all the municipalities, which is almost unheard of, in regards to water and sewer regionalization. We're progressing in that. We hope to have something accomplished. We've set a deadline of June. We hope we can do that. I think we've really looked hard at our educational funding, and not only just for the schools, but for the college, the community college. And I, for one, am very pleased to work with such a progressive board, and I think we are blessed with the finest staff in the state of North Carolina, from our county manager right on down to the people that work in the utility department and whatever other jobs there are, but we are truly blessed to have great employees. So I, for one, think we're on the right track to serving the people of Johnston County in a more progressive way, and we've got a good coalesced board here. We all kind of work together, and that's great.
Some of the things that Dickie alluded to in a broad sense, I might mention specifically, we adopted the land use plan last year. That was a big deal for me, finally putting together a lot of our thoughts and discussions into that plan. Of course, now the real work remains before us, and that is to translate that into meaningful ordinances that have teeth. We've done a lot of other things. The recreational opportunities, we've moved towards acquiring land for a first county park and made a lot of inroads in that regard, as well as trails and public recreational opportunities. The Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development Center that we pooled with other government entities, with the state, the college, to make that come about. And I think we're having a groundbreaking next month on that over in the I-95 corridor. We obviously dropped the tax rate fairly dramatically, 4 cents, and we still had a positive revenue stream over the previous year through the growth of our county. And of course, we met the educational funding requirements that were asked of us this past year. So I think all of those things play into just what Dickie was talking about.
Patrick.
Yes, sir. So I'll just sort of, some of the may duplicate, and I'll try to skip over some of them. But probably one of our shining moments was obtaining a AAA bond rating and lowering our tax rate by 4 cents, all in the same 12-month period. That was pretty strong. I think that'll be celebrated for a while. So I think one of the things that's really I'm proud of is that we're continuing to conduct our mental health meetings to address the crisis in our county, and there's a lot of folks that are coming to the table, including Alliance, and we're working toward a solution, and hopefully we'll have some options coming to this board sometime in the next few months to consider to try to address this problem in our county. We completed the Johnston County Detention Center, our Johnston County Public Safety Center, continuing the sound financial outlook for the county. We continue to make education a priority in funding and improve relationships with the Board of Education. Great progress has been made, as Commissioner Braswell alluded to, working with the towns to address future projects and include water and sewer needs. And then, of course, working with our fire departments to ensure that adequate funding is available to provide excellent service to our citizens. And then I'll stop with the land use plan adoption. And now we're pushing forward full steam ahead to get the ordinances revamped to be able to reflect that new land use plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Tony Braswell.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. Whatever Dickie, Ted, Patrick said.
I'm not
Ditto.
I'm not going to let you get off.
I mean, what else can you
Yeah.
say? I can go over the list, educational funding, completely funded operational needs for the Board of Education, Johnston County's promise at the community college, scholarship program, bond referendum, and also for the JCC and also for the public schools, the infrastructure. Chandra and the team are working very, very hard in the area of water and sewer. Financial stewardship, we got plenty of money, but we've been very, very conservative in what we do, and I hope I'll throw this out in case anybody hadn't heard me say it, is I hope we can take some of this money and build a DSS building. Land use, certainly we passed that. Public safety, new public safety center, new jail. We continually, for our fire departments, to encourage funding for that, our EMS, sheriff, and county employees, and we still have some great ones. And so I went over the list.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Stevens.
Good morning. I too could say ditto to everything that y'all have said, and then just wanted to add a few things. I was honored last week to attend the Advanced Leadership course at the UNC School of Government, and after spending the week with other commissioners from around the state, I came home very proud of Johnston County, proud of our board, how we operate, proud of our staff. I had no idea that in other counties, not every commissioner can get things that are important to them on the agenda. The staff doesn't always work well with the board, and I just came home very, very proud of our county and our chairman allowing all of our voices to be heard, to represent our districts, and the transparency that we have as a board. So I just wanted to give kudos again to our board and staff. A few of the things that I'm very proud of is the land preservation that we passed, where we're earmarking money. I know earmarking's not the right word, but where we're saving money to preserve land in Johnston County from the tax revenue when agricultural property is changed to development or another zoning. Also, the tax reduction that many mentioned, amidst inflation, I think it was a great time that we were able to put a little bit more money back in our constituents' pockets. So that, and I'm very excited about the county park, as well as Commissioner Godwin mentioned. I think it's a long time coming, and everybody seems to be very excited in the Cleveland area and countywide. So those are just some highlights. Everybody else mentioned everything before.
All right, Commissioner Smith.
Well, you left me to last, almost, except
Almost
for
last.
you.
Yeah.
There's a saying, everything changes, but everything stays the same. And this will probably be the last chance I'll get to talk at a retreat, because I'm going home. And, but I sat here 23 years ago. And the same issues that we talked about 23 years ago, we're talking about today. The role of government does not change. And I believe that we've had a good year. I believe the number one role of government is public safety. We saw what happened out in Kansas City yesterday and realized that public safety is not a thing to take for granted. I believe our sheriff's department and our EMS and all the people who provide public safety have done a good job, and we've had a good year. So I feel like we've got a check mark for our number one responsibility. Our number two responsibility, as far as the most dollars that we spend, is public education of our children. And we have done a good job. We've met the needs. We're expanding school choice with the charter schools that we are talking about. And I think we need to continue to do what needs to be done for every child to get a good education wherever that child wants to get an education. And I think we get a check mark for that. So after you meet those two main responsibilities, I think the government's responsibility is to be an effective and efficient use of the stewardship that our taxpayers give us by paying their taxes in. And what we do with that money is provide services, whether it be fire services, infrastructure services, recreational services, and all those. I think we've done a good job, and I think we get a check for that. But I really am extremely proud that this board sort of went away from what I saw as a trend of past boards, and I'm not being critical, it's just a trend, to where the responsibility was not totally about services, but was in some ways about wealth building and building a biggest bank account. And I think this board saw that and recognized that. And we talked to Davenport, and last year we had a fund balance of 59%. And we talked that was 10 or 20% more than the average of counties in the state, and we agreed that we would look at that at budget time, and we were true to our word, and we did look at that, and we gave our taxpayers a 4-cent tax cut. And I think doing that, even after we provided for all the services of government, was a responsible thing to do. I look forward to Davenport talking to us again this year. We're up to 73% of, and I'm sure we're going to have that same conversation again today. But I want to give some kudos to the association. I went to down in Wilmington, so I want to reflect on that. A guy named Dan Clark was there, and he talked about the future game. And I think I want to talk a little bit about that because I think that's important. Because it's our job to talk about the future of this county. It's our responsibility to have a vision for the future of this county. And he said, what future do you choose? We choose the future of this county. That's our number one responsibility, is to choose the future of this county. And he talks about that has implications with how we spend the dollars. That determines it. And we need to think, he said, of 50 years from now, how will people look back on the decisions we made today? I think we sometimes talk about the commissioners that built the courthouse and how that probably might not have been a popular thing when they did that, but today that was a good investment. And he said we need to be stewards of the public assets. He said you need to use the tax dollars to provide what no one else can provide. I just think that's a powerful statement. If the private sector can provide for it, we don't need to be providing it. That we need to use tax dollars to provide what no one else can provide, the infrastructure, the water, the sewer, and things like that. And he talked about the importance of regionalization, and I know Butch has been really passionate about that and has been a good leader in leading us towards regionalization, and I think we need to continue that. And he says that, and I wrote 4 things down for that I believe we need to have, which is water and sewer independence. No one else can do that except us. And I think we're moving through the regionalization studies for water and sewer independence. To have a school for every child, to get an education, because that's the engine that leads to a successful life, is to have an education. And to build a government complex for the future that we'll be proud of, just like those people who built that courthouse would be proud of where that is today. I hope 20 or 30 years from now, whether we're here or not here, that we'll be proud of the government complex that we build. And I think it's important that we develop to provide a great place for people to live. And I know that, and it's probably true, that the greatest, I hear some people say the greatest asset we have in Johnston County is people. I agree with that, but we don't control the people. But what we do control is the 2 greatest physical assets that we have, and that's water and land. Water and land are the 2 great assets that we have, that we're responsible for being good stewards of how we use those 2 assets. And I just hope that we're efficient on how we use those 2 assets.
All right, thank you. And I will finish up. I will start with that. You said the people being our asset, and I think that's something you hear about from me a lot when I go speak, is talking about the people of Johnston County and the things we do for them. And I want to start with this board and the things that we do, the conversations we have to move things forward that we've all mentioned. And then with staff, start with Rick and Jennifer, Chad, and everybody else on the staff, as Dickie mentioned, from the top to the bottom and sideways and in all directions. We have great people who are executing the plans that we have set forth. And then the things that we do, and I failed to mention this, when you're out of your normal element, and you usually have the 6 priorities up here. They're over here, and I can't see them, but I can see them on Patrick's. And I look at the educational funding and all the things we've talked about that we've accomplished there, and then our infrastructure, the things that we've done, updating our CIP, executing the CIP. Particularly proud of the mayors and other town representatives, as I think Commissioner Harris mentioned, coming together in most people's memory for the first time and having not one meeting, but a series of meetings where we talk about not just regionalization of our utilities, but other issues. And I think those relationships have grown and have improved over the last year that we've been having those conversations. So we are moving in a positive direction there. We still have some things to go. Broadband, I know we're going to talk about today. We have some opportunities there. With transportation, I feel like we're making some strides there to begin to plan and set the table for future growth in that arena. Also, financial stewardship, the AAA bond rating, the cutting the taxes, 4 cents, all positive things. The fund balance, it's not going in the right direction, but I think the things we'll talk about today that we have will move to get that, so that we're doing things to look towards the future, and as you said, not just collect money in the bank. We've got options there. Land use, again, to me, the top thing we've done there is look at establishing the use of our present use value dollars that we get back from that, to put that towards farmland preservation. And last year we in fact put that in our budget as a budget item to take money from that program and use it to preserve farmland, whether that's through grants, through our soil and water conservation folks, or through folks like Triangle Land Conservancy to do that. So a lot of things there. We still have the ordinances to go. It's not going as fast as any of us want, but we're working hard to get that underway. Public safety, again, all the things that have been mentioned there. We have a great sheriff's department. We have our EMS, our fire departments, and our own emergency services team that's top notch. They've got probably the most top notch facility, I'm gonna say, in the country now that we're. Are we moved in now? Are we 2 out of 3? Okay, so we're almost done there. So again, accomplishment there, and then again, our county employees, again, can't say enough about what they've done for us. I think our recruitment and retention, the issues we were having 2 and 3 years ago, I won't say they're all gone, but we are making strides to make sure that we're doing that. And I will finish with the folks. We talk about workforce development. We've invested there in 4 Oaks and looking at doing some things at the Workforce Development Center in Clayton. We've got the JOCO Commissioner's Promise, who has been a very successful program. We've had almost 500 graduates of Johnston County public schools that have taken a part in that, and many who have not considered going to community college or furthering their education, but because of that, they're able to do that. And then with the public schools and the community college fully funding their operational programs that they request, and then some of the strides we've seen both in the enrollment at JCC and then also in some of the test scores from our public school system. So I think there's a lot of things that we have done. We're still moving down the field on some others, and I hope today that we can look at those things that are still left to do and new things to be done, and establish a path forward for our county and continue to see the success that we've had over the past few years, and see that success continue on for many years. As Commissioner Smith said, 20 or 30 years. Hopefully they look back and say, at least we got a few things right on that. So that's, I think, that anybody else have anything to add that we somehow missed? Rick, anything that you want to put you on the spot there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that this has been mentioned twice, but that AAA bond rating, I think, is so important, because with the money that we borrow and the amounts, we can get the best rates, and that results in savings on our debt service. So congratulations to the Board of Commissioners, because that's a big deal, I think.
Yeah. Now, I would just say not only this board, but you've been working on that for 15 plus years to get to that. So
20-some years ago, we started building schools, and we knew that the best bond ratings we needed, and it's taken a while. There's 7 or 8 bond rating upgrades over time. A lot of that, the getting to the AAA was a result of we didn't have the per capita income levels that they were looking for, but everything else was in line very well. And I'll congratulate the board and also our finance team. They do a great job. A lot of money they're responsible for, and they handle it very well. And so anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do want to add to that, because I know 20 years ago the plan was established, but the staff has been the one to stick to it and make sure that the plan is being followed and implemented, and reminding new commissioners as we come on of that plan and the goal for the county. So thank you to staff for keeping us on task and making sure that we don't lose focus on that. So I think that's it then.
Thank you. Thank you, as Amy said, for your engagement. You all participated in the survey, and just to hear you all obviously came very prepared. And Commissioner Smith, I wanted to put right up there, what future do you choose? And that is, I love that. I love to think of it that way. And I will say, having come for the past few years and to hear today how long you said you've been talking about that AAA bond rating, and that seemed so aspirational. To come back here today and hear it's been accomplished, I mean, that's actually got chills. That's pretty exciting. And I just wanted you to turn around and look at all of those things that you've just talked about. that is a tremendous amount of work that you have put in, that you have done for those people of Johnston County, and I think that you really need to stop for just a second and reflect on that. And that is why we do appreciate you bringing us in, and I think it's helpful, whether it's us or someone else, to have an outside facilitator, because it allows you to sit in this role and really think about all this great work that you've done. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a particular thanks to both Commissioners Braswell and Smith. I know that this may be the last retreat unless we do one before the end of the year. And I hope that you feel like you have come so far in all of these conversations we've been having, and thank you for your service, both of you, everyone, of course, but in particular for your service to the county. So I do want to now, it looks like we have a few minutes before we're scheduled to take a break, but again, we will defer to the chair, however you want to proceed with schedule today. But perhaps looking at all of this, and I know this afternoon we're going to go more into where we want to go from here and what we've accomplished, but in particular, looking at the AAA bond rating, like some of these things, I think we can check off the list, right? I feel like we've come back every year and we said we're working towards this. I hear we're working towards ordinances. I know that's a process, right? But are there some things here, and Amy's going to come up, that perhaps we can look and say, wow, we've accomplished that. We have successfully achieved our AAA bond rating. Now, there's work to do to continue that financial stewardship, of course, but we've accomplished that. Are there other things on this list that we can look at and stop and say, yes, we are in a good place, and perhaps as we're moving ahead, these are things that we don't need to include in that priority list? So I would ask, go ahead.
Can I say something about that?
Sure.
I think some people say, yeah, we got a AAA bond rating because of our fund balance. That's not right. Our fund balance is only evidence of what we got, the reason we got a AAA fund raise. If you read Davenport's report, there are two critical reasons that we were able to get the evidence to show that. One is population increase of about 10,000 per year, and an increase in the base assessment value. It is only because of the increase in the base assessment and the population increase, they are the reason that we got the evidence of that in the fund balance. So I think it's important to be able to distinguish what's the real cause. The fact that we got the money is evidence of the cause. And of course, the fact that we didn't blow it and waste it, but
That always happens.
but I think we need to realize that as we plan.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think the things that, from all the Davenport presentations and even our staff presentations, is there are many things that go into that AAA, and the fund balance is a piece of that, but there are a lot of other factors that go into that, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add, also the median income for our citizens here in the county has dramatically increased over the last 5 years. If you go back and look, I think the latest number I saw is a little over $79,000 a year is the average median income for Johnston County. So that's a significant increase over what it was 5-6 years ago.
And so back to your check off, I mean, the land use plan, that we did adopt that, so we can check that off. And then I don't know, you got the public safety center and is that almost a complete? Can we check that one off? As that we're talking days of being completely moved into the public safety center?
The 911 team will be in there next week.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
I think
we'll check that.
We're going to say
Check
yes.
that.
Yes.
I think we could check off sound financially too.
Yes.
I think that's we
Ongoing thing.
I think the rest of them, at least in my mind, they're still in progress. I mean, we've accomplished a lot of things, but I don't think they're going to go off the list. They're going to stay on it for as long as I can imagine.
And Mr. Chairman, I was going to say, one of the reasons why the median household income is the bringing industries to Johnston County and the incentive grants to Chris Johnston's talked about the tail lights on the cars leaving Johnston County, and y'all have done a good job along with his help at bringing industry to Johnston County and having people that live in Johnston County, work in Johnston County, and having good jobs in Johnston County went a long way towards that AAA rating as well.
Excellent, and I do think that is such an important context, right? You don't achieve a AAA bond rating, you don't get sound financial stability and then just stop, right? This is going to be, so I think it's kudos to you all for all the great work you've done and all the reasons that have come there, and now you have to continue to build upon that, right, and work with that. So I think, but just having the benefit of being with you for the past few years, to hear that that public safety center is up and running, that is a huge accomplishment, and you should be really proud of that. And the land use plan, right? These are really significant accomplishments that you all have completed, and I think we'll continue now to talk about what's next. But I think it really is important to recognize that we're not just coming back here like on that hamster wheel and having those same conversations. Things are actually moving forward and getting accomplished, and so you may or may not remember, and I don't know if all of you were here. I'm not sure if Commissioner Stevens was here, but a few years ago when Kevin Leonard came and talked with you about his hiking story. Do you remember? I think were you here? I couldn't remember.
First year.
It was your first year. Okay. You got those compasses, and if you remember, do you still have that? Look at that.
We got mine. So.
Right? So keep in that direction. And if you remember, he talked about the importance of both things, right? You're walking and you're looking down, and you guys, day in and day out, you're having to do these individual things. You're having to make sure that you're keeping the county going, that the things that have to happen are happening. Today, what you're doing, though, is you're taking a step back, looking out at the horizon and realizing all that you've accomplished, and both are really important, not only for you, but for the people of Johnston County. And I know that we probably have people who have things out in the community that are very important to them that they want to continue to add to the list and get done. I do want to make sure that they also understand all you've been doing, so if they can take a step back and look at all of that, you have accomplished so much for the community. So I really applaud you for that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to see if there's any other feedback, and I do want to, if I have permission, may I ask Commissioner Stevens a question? Is that okay? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, yes, of course.
But I know that you just completed the Advanced Leadership Corps training, and I will say, so this is a training that is through the School of Government. I don't know if anyone else has gone through it. It's a special training, and I'm not going to ask you, it's like in Vegas, what happens there stays there, so I'm not going to ask you anything. But I will say, I personally having gone through it as well, and it was pretty transformational, I felt, and I don't know, Chair Lauder, if you felt. In terms of making relationships with other county commissioners, school board members, which they've added, municipal officials. And so I just wanted to give you an opportunity, if there's anything you felt that you can share that you took away that is going to help you in your role and the people of Johnston County as you move forward, if that's okay.
Absolutely okay with me.
Okay. I've already done it, so I guess that's what, ask for forgiveness.
Like you said, it was pretty life-changing, and it was really neat, especially to hear from school board members from other counties and the things that they're facing, and the way they don't work well with their county commissioners. And like I said, I'm very proud of what I feel like we have here in Johnston County and the reputation that we have, because I was able to give a lot of insight on how we've been able to, form really good relationships with the majority of our school board members, and the things that we have, gone through together, for lack of a better word. And then, just hearing how other counties are, where we were 10 to 15 years ago, and being able to have some insight on, if we didn't know then what we know now, when you were on the board 23 years ago, no one could have expected the amount of growth that we have seen, and how, like Commissioner Smith said, do we ensure that we're good stewards moving forward, knowing that the growth is coming, and there's really nothing we can do about it because the secret's out about Johnston County. So, and so it was really interesting to talk to other commissioners who were commissioners over, areas of 5,000 versus 250,000. And it was just really insightful, so I was grateful for the opportunity, and I'm excited to expand on that for the next several years.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I went 4 years ago, and I'm still talking about it, but it is a transformational time, the relationships that you build, and when we have issues that come to us, you reach out to those members of your cohort and say, hey, what have y'all done? What have y'all done? Have y'all had this happen? It's not very good when we hadn't had that happen. So that's interesting, but it is a good thing. I will say I learned a lot about myself there, but I also learned a lot about the we and how boards operate and function. And I too heard those stories about other boards and said, oh, you should watch one of our meetings. And so I have, and I just want to say thank you again to this board for the way we function, and the staff for the way you work with the board, because it doesn't happen everywhere. So
I'm sure you're shocked, but I learned that I was an extrovert.
okay. You'll be shocked. I'm learning I'm an introvert. So barely.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to hear about it, and thank you for the willingness to take leadership training and grow. And I know I hear so often Commissioner Smith talk about different leadership books you've read, and it's so important, right? You're the continuing, it never gets old. The longer you serve, I think the more important it becomes, because it's easy to kind of get stagnant. So thank you for doing that and for sharing, and we just appreciate your willingness to be a part of that. So with that, Chair Lauder, I will turn it back over to you. Our agenda says that we are now at about a time to take a break, and then the next thing we will do is go to Denise Canada to talk about our data presentation. But if there's anything else we can do at this time, I would ask you.
Yeah, I think how long a break are we taking? So
Well,
I haven't followed along.
Sure, and I'll make sure to provide an agenda to you. Our agenda does say that we have a break from 10 to 10:15. And
it's
we,
in the book, so I have looked at the book. So.
Well, you were so engaged with what we were doing.
That's exactly what it was. I have too many papers over here. So.
Absolutely. It does provide that we have a break until 10:15, but we'll defer to you, and whenever you'd like to start, we're ready to go.
But we'll go ahead and stick to the schedule, then we'll go to 10:15. So.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Don't tell me you're ready.
We now have Denise Canada with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners to drop some numbers on us. I know for those who've been around, she has had some fascinating numbers for us before, and I'm looking forward to what she has in store for us this year. Denise?
Thanks so much. Fascinating is a relatively high bar, but I will try to clear it.
You set the bar yourself, so that's you.
Commissioners, thanks so much for having me. I will say that these data presentations that I put together for counties are one of my favorite parts of this job, because I do so much looking at statewide and all 100 counties, and it has been fun over the years to dig in and really start to understand Johnston County from the numbers. So let's jump in. Today I'll talk about some demographic data, update the information that we've talked about primarily 2 years ago.
Time out.
The flip chart.
You see it, Chad?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. We all good?
We're going to add you to the PIO staff. As you go off the board, there's a position available for you.
It's a volunteer position.
Yeah, volunteer position.
Yeah, unpaid volunteer.
Whatever it takes to get the job done.
I'll talk about some demographic information, and then the part I'm most excited to talk to you about today is the agricultural piece, so I'll spend most of my time there. And then briefly at the end, talk to you a little bit about some property tax data and some sales tax data and sales tax trends. When I came to see you 2 years ago, and I think everyone was here but Commissioner Stevens, this is one of the charts that I brought you at the time, and I know that this made an impression, this statistic, on many of you, which is that the 2020 census found that Johnston County was the 9th fastest growing county but nationally in that 150 to 250 population range. That changes over that 10-year period. And so I wanted to update this a little bit more. We have 2 new years of population data. We have 2021 and 2022 is the most recent data that is out. And so to look at those individual years, I thought first it would be helpful to take this statistic and look at the components of it, break it down into year by year. So I went back to 2018. And in 2018, you were actually the 5th fastest growing county nationally in that population age group, which is rather impressive. And the number of counties in this group changes every year. Some counties grow in, some counties grow out of this group, but it's about 175 counties nationally, give or take, in a given year. The next year, in 2019, you were the 4th fastest growing county nationally in this population group. 2020, you were the 5th fastest nationally. 2021, you were the 8th fastest. And in 2022, you were the 12th fastest growing county in that group of 150 to 250. So you're certainly still going on, certainly still growing quite a bit. And because you are ranking so high in this, I was curious how you fall out nationally among all counties, not just the counties within your population group. So there are almost 3,150 counties. Counties, bureaus, parishes, all of those types of governments. In 2018, you were the 46th fastest growing county nationally out of counties of any size. 2019, you were 50th. 2020, you were 48th. 2021, you were the 37th fastest growing county nationally. In 2022, you were 92nd. So certainly in the top, I would say the top 5% of growth of all counties across the nation, counties of any size. So certainly the growth that you have been dealing with, you are still dealing with, and as you've discussed this morning, you will continue to be dealing with. So how much growth is this? In 2021, you gained about 9,500 new residents. Your growth rate that year was 4.4%, which is extremely high. The state growth rate was around 1% in that year. this is also a higher rate than many of your recent years. You've been growing at about 3%, some years 3 1/3%, something like that. 2021, I'm not sure what you did or what development you opened, but you certainly had a higher growth rate than usual there. And then for 2022, you brought in approximately 7,500 new residents, and your growth rate was 3.3%. Again, in that year, the state growth rate also was about 1%. I want to stop for questions. I'll take questions all along the way. Feel free to jump in anytime. Any questions before I keep going on any of this?
I have a question, Denise.
Commissioner
In the
Godwin.
last 3 years, we've virtually had no southern border. How does that impact the county's growth in that southern sector? I noticed there were several Texas counties on there. You think that can be attributed to influx of illegals, or are they counted?
Anyone that lives in your county would be counted in these numbers regardless of their citizenship status. Something that I could go back and look at afterwards and follow up with the board is the Census Bureau does attempt to break down the growth in your population between what's called natural growth, the number of births less the number of deaths, and then folks that are moving in. There is some amount of data that can show you where folks are moving in from. I did recently hear an economist from UNC Wilmington speak, and one comment that he made was that most counties in North Carolina would be losing population if not for people moving in. So for most counties across the state, what's really driving the growth is people moving in, not necessarily from other countries, but from anywhere, from another state, from another county. But that's what's driving population growth across North Carolina. Thanks for the question. So where are we? Your estimated population as of 2022 is about 235,000 residents. Now, I was working on this presentation the other night, sitting in my office at home, and my kid came in and watched me for a little bit. I don't know why, because I think that my work was a little bit boring, but eventually he said, "Mom, you know it is 2024, right? Why are you talking about 2022? This is the most recent data that we have, as I said, but I will tell you that if you keep up the growth rates that you have had, and I think there's no reason to expect right now that it would have changed, you almost certainly are either already at 250,000 residents or you will be breaking 250,000 residents this year. I would be very surprised if that does not happen in 2024. And what I thought was particularly interesting is to think about your constituents, to think about your county, and how many of those folks are new to the area. So 14% of everyone in your county have lived here 4 years or less, have moved in since between 2018 and 2022. So a lot of new folks that don't have the same background, don't yet have the same attachment to this county that you have. But hopefully we'll be growing it over time. The next thing I want to talk about is how your population breaks down. Who is in your population? And this, I wrote it up there so you can see, this is not Johnston County. This is first me wanting to explain to you what kind of graph this is, and then I will show you Johnston County. This is called a population pyramid. What happens here is that you take basically the entire population, you group them by age. The youngest folks are at the bottom. You get older, 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 and at the very top are the very oldest folks. So that very top line, I don't know if I have a pointer. Oh, I do. I don't really have a pointer, but that very top little slice is people that are age 100 or older. And the very bottom are, in this case, people under 5. On the left are men, and on the right are women. So is everyone with me about how this works and what we're looking at? Mm-hmm. So here is Johnston County in 2022. I'll back up so you can see it. Across the bottom, what I have done is shown the percent of your population, percent of total population that falls into each age range. So when I look at this, several things jumped out at me. One was that you have more teens than very young children, and that's that lowest bulge that you see. Yeah. I'm just going to point right in here. Those are teenagers. And in fact, on the male side, on the left, the very largest group of men of any age in Johnston County are 18 years old. The largest group of women actually is age 52. But the second largest group is right down there in that bulk in the teens. These are the difference here we're talking about is 0.1%. So really what you have is a large group of late teenagers and then a larger group around age 50, something like that. It also very much stood out to me that people in their 20s are missing here. That's where it goes in right after the teens, so right in here. The decline in there goes down to about age 25. You continue to lose people from age 18 up to about age 25. And then they start to come back. Now, there are a few reasons for this. I mean, one is areas that tend to have more folks those age are areas that have large-size universities. So that's part of the issue. When you look at Pitt County, for instance, which has ECU, there's just this wide bulge in that age range. So that's part of it. But one thing that this also says to me is that when folks are looking to settle down, start a family, mid to late 20s, they're coming back to Johnston County. Questions about this one? Okay. I also wanted to show you how this compares to North Carolina overall. So here's North Carolina in 2022. I'll give you a minute just to look at it. What do you see? Who sees what?
We have a lot more women than statewide.
Yep. I don't know if Commissioner Stevens was on mic, but she said more women than in the statewide group. What else? Anyone else? No.
The demographics are spread fairly evenly throughout the state.
Yes, that's really, I think, what it is, and I think that's what it makes it look like, as Commissioner Stevens said, more women than men, or just more women than the state. I think it's really more that the statewide population is much more evenly distributed, and so you have these larger bulges in your population, whereas the state sort of goes more up and down. The state population reflects more the national population as a whole. The state population pyramid looks pretty much the way the national pyramid looks, more or less. Your population, you certainly are missing some of those groups. You're missing the very youngest, and then you're missing the folks in their 20s, and that accounts for the difference of the shape, but you certainly do have a fair number of retirees and people in their 50s and late 50s. One thing I always tell counties when I talk to them about the makeup of their population, I think this should be inherent, but there's nothing wrong with your population pyramid. It's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with what makes up your county. But this is to help you understand who makes up your county so you can understand who you're planning for.
So Denise, what is that age group where the men and the women in Johnston County start turning down? It's kind of rounded more on the state, but.
Do you mean lower, the one that's lower about
yeah, like
in this
where
area?
the men and the women, no, where the men and the women, your label is, yeah, what is that age bracket right there where we start trending down a little bit earlier than the state?
That's around mid-60s.
Okay.
Yeah.
We start dying.
Are they moved to Brunswick County?
That's right.
We certainly have some counties across the state where the population is very top-heavy. Those retirement destinations, Transylvania County comes to mind. Avery County, I think, is like that as well. Places that are very tourism-heavy and also retirement-heavy. That's maybe where some of those folks are going sooner than the state. That's it for the demographics piece. I want to stop here for any questions or discussion about the growth that you've been having, questions of me or questions amongst yourself before I move on to the agriculture piece. Commissioner Stevens.
Do you have the data when you said that 14% of our population has been here less than 4 years? Do you have the data of the difference between what the nationwide average is or states of our similar size by chance?
Do you mean in other counties of your size, what percent of folks have been there?
Yes.
4 years or less. I can pull that for you.
Okay.
I will tell you in general, because your growth rate has been so high, that number will be larger for you than most other places. Places that aren't growing as fast, it's not as many people who are new, if that makes sense. It's certainly something that I can pull and send afterwards.
Thank you. I just found that very interesting that the majority of our growth is coming from people moving here, not from people being born here.
Yeah.
And to say almost 15%, I think that's a pretty
Yeah.
large number.
It is a very large number. I don't think that you, as I mentioned earlier, you're not alone in the state in that. Most growth in the state is coming from folks moving in, but this is probably a larger percentage than in many other counties, just because you are growing so fast that things are changing so quickly.
So I will add to that. So I think Tuesday night at the school board meeting, I think the ORED group that was making the presentation had some numbers on birth rates in Johnston County. So there may be some information there to look up as well. I knew I saw it somewhere, but I think that's where it was, the school board meeting.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm assuming that you have labor and delivery in the county. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I would assume that is the case here. I have visited a few counties recently that have said we are recording no births because we don't have labor and delivery. So the Register of Deeds is basically out of the business of issuing birth certificates unless someone has a home birth. Avery County, for example, mentioned that. Doesn't mean folks aren't being born that belong to Avery County, so to speak, but they're being born out of county. But I don't think that should be a problem here with your health care.
I do have one question. The comparative statistics to nationwide and growth rate, do you have that just for North Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
And you may have already covered it and I missed it, but
No, the state is growing at about 1% a year.
I mean,
Yes.
compared to other counties in North Carolina, what is our ranking? Am I asking
Yes,
the right way?
I have that right. So how does your growth rate compare to the growth rate in other counties?
Yes.
You're either the fastest growing county, or in some years, I think you're behind Brunswick County.
Okay.
So you're right up there near the top.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank
you probably know, I think about half of our counties are losing population.
I would have said to my colleague in ALC 2020 cohort, Frank Williams in Brunswick County, that we're #1 all the time. Just
Did
so
you hear that,
watch this
Commissioner
later.
Williams?
Yeah.
All right, we'll wrap up demographics and we'll move into agriculture data. Let me get back to where we were. I'm very excited about this next part because there's brand new data that just came out this week, and this was basically me. Commissioner Smith probably knows there's something called the census. Let me see if I can stop this guy. The Census of Agriculture that comes out every 5 years. It is a census. It is an attempt to count every farm. The last data came out in 2017, or was from 2017, which is what I have presented to you in prior years, but the 2022 Census of Agriculture came out 2 days ago, and I could not help but to get it in here for you today. So fresh off, or hot off the presses, so to speak. In 2017, well, you can see the numbers. I don't necessarily need to read them to you, but you lost 100 farms over the past 5 years. I don't think that that is particularly surprising necessarily. It's a decline of about 10%. I did want to talk a little bit about where this fits into the broader context of what has been happening in agriculture for your county. So let me go here first, and then I'm going to back
Denise,
up,
let me ask
actually.
you a question before you go there.
Yes.
Was any of that attributed to consolidation of farms, or is just converting production acreage into something else?
Absolutely. It can be both of those
Okay.
things. It can be farms that are no longer farms, and it can certainly be farm mergers as well. Smaller farms
Right.
becoming a larger
So
farm.
is one of your future slides acreage that was lost, or just the total number of farms?
Yes,
Okay.
yep. So we'll get into acreage. First, we're talking about the number of farms. I actually think I will do the next slide next. You can think of this chart as being very similar to a bar chart. It goes from left to right. At the very left would be 0 farms, and at the very right far end would be 500 farms. This takes each group of every farm and divides it into one of 4 size groups, so to speak. So the top line that you have are farms between 1 and 9.9 acres. What I've compared here is the 5-year growth. You can see that not very much changed in that top line. And I can see not much change because the 2 dots, 2017 and 2022, are in fact running into each other right there. So the change was 8 farms. You now have 8 farms fewer, I guess is the way you would say it, that are under 10 acres. That was the 5-year change. The next group of farms is where you have the most farms, and that's why these are all the way out on the right. You have 5 years ago, you had 419 farms in that 10 to 50 acre size. Now you have 408. So you lost a few, but that still represents the most of your farms. The largest group of farms are in that size range. The third line down, I'm going to point right here, are the farms between 50 and 180 acres. And that's where you lost the greatest number of farms. And I can tell that because the 2 dots are the farthest apart. So there's the largest change between 2017, which is the darker, and 2022, which is the lighter. I think I'm going to decline to do the public math there, but it's something about 50 farms that you lost in that category. That's still the second largest amount of farms that you have, these farms in this 50 to 179 acres. And then you have the very broad category of 180 acres or more, which includes 181 acres, and it also includes Commissioner Smith, who I think told me he is at 1,007 acres, 1,700, something like that. Everyone above 180 acres. But you lost farms in every size group. The 100 farms that you have lost fell across all of these sizes.
I think it's important that that first group, 1 to 9.9 acres, they won't even qualify for PU value for tax purposes.
Right. Thanks for pointing that out. I have a little bit about PUV later, but did not point that out. And if you're under 1 acre, you don't count as a farm, even if you're farming. So where does this fit in your longer term trend? This is just the past 5 years, but how does this fit in? I went back to 1987, and the magic of 1987 is nothing. It's completely arbitrary. I just decided to stop there. You've lost 750 farms since 1987, which is a 44% decline over that time. I don't think that that's a particularly, I'm supposed to stand with the camera, guys, not particularly surprising number. I think that that is maybe what you would expect given your trends. And you can see that it has been, you had that very large decline in the first about 15 to 20 years. And then since then, it's been a little bit more. It's been a little bit more even, but a 44% decline. And of course, in the past 5 years, you had a 10% decline. This is the same chart. If you look at the shape of it, this is the exact same chart, but it's broken down into those same size categories in terms of farm acreage. You can see that, I think that this little microphone stand is in the way of my comment, but the biggest loss over that whole period, that whole 35-year period, if I did the math right, were those farms that are between 50 and 180 acres. And if you remember from a few slides back, that was your largest loss over the past 5 years as well. So the past 5 years really do fit into the trend that you have been seeing in the long term over the past 30 to 35 years. Those, what I would call middle-sized farms, I don't know if that's actually accurate, those middle-sized 50 to 180 acres, those are the farms that you have been losing and that you are continuing to lose. Questions so far about the number of farms before I move into some data about acreage? No? Okay.
I think when you're talking about farms, you slice and dice it any way you want to, but the best way to slice and dice it, I believe, is the person who has a job off the farm and comes home and does something. Plants some corn, has a few cows, whatever. That is, and then you have to separate that from a farm, which is a business enterprise where the person working that farm depends upon having enough scale in the land that they can make a living farming. And I would submit that vast majority of those people have a job off the farm and then they come home and farm. Probably less than 10 to 20% depend upon the farm as a viable economic enterprise.
Thanks for sharing that. I think that that makes a lot of sense, and that fact actually is in the economic sense, in the agricultural census, although I did not pull it out here, but they do track, I mean, the census folks agree with you, they do track how many people are working off farms versus this being their enterprise.
Denise, if we took those numbers and overlaid it to the county, I think it would be not surprising if most of it's in the western part of the.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the most productive farming is the eastern side of Johnston County. That's where the most, actually row crops are.
In the eastern portion?
Yes.
All right, let's move into acreage. The number of farms only tells you so much, but as I think Commissioner Lauder asked, let's look at acreage. Oh, no. Tech person. Benjamin, I'm sorry, what did I do?
I think Tony can help you with that.
Did I push one of these things? I'm really sorry.
It was messed it
It
up.
was
I should
time
be
for
able to.
levity.
Keep going. Yep. 183,000 acres. Yeah. Sorry, audience at home. That's fine. Thank you.
Adam, you leave the room.
Adam, you leave the room 1 minute before
Ben broke it.
Oh, click that little. Okay. I think if you can't get it down there, then I can just talk from the slides without them being in presentation mode. They can just be on the screen. Yep, keep going. That's okay. Acreage. Here we go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is what has happened with your acreage in farmland over the past 5 years. And these numbers include all types of farmland. The census breaks it down by pasture land, cropland, and a few other categories. I decided not to go into that level.
Do you have forestry in that?
This includes forestry land, yes. I didn't break it down across all those categories, but what you can see in total is that you have 9,000 fewer acres of farmland than you did originally. So I know back on farms, the question was, could this just be from farm mergers? I don't know if that's the term, but farm mergers, yes. But this is actual farm taken out of agriculture. Farmland taken out of agriculture. And here's how this fits into your trends over time. Again, I went back to the non-magical 1987 because that is where I stopped. You've lost 60,000 acres of farmland over that time, which is a 26% decline. And again, of that 60,000, you lost 9,000 of it just in the past 5 years. And then this adds that in and goes all the way back to 1987. The state decline in that period, I think, was around 22%. So you're higher than the state, but actually not as much higher than I expected that you would be. I thought you would stand out much more dramatically given the growth that you have had going on, but you don't. The next few slides are a little bit of a random assortment about some of the economics of agriculture. One thing that I looked at is what's called the market value of all agricultural products sold. This goes back again to 1987. The numbers on the left are in millions. I adjusted all of these for inflation to attempt to put them in 2022 dollars. And you may know that adjusting for inflation is not exactly quite a science. There's also a little bit of an art to it, which means that a different person could use a different inflation index and get slightly different numbers when they try to adjust. It's all a little bit of a guessing game, but I use the standard CPI to adjust these numbers. So you can see that even adjusted for inflation, the value of what your farms is producing has increased over this period, even as you have fewer farms and less farmland. Presumably, if improvements in efficiencies, improvements in farming methods. I'm not a farmer, so those are my two entire guesses. That's all I've got for you. But this has improved over time, and I've just pointed an arrow to show that's where the $300 million is in terms of the value of everything that your farms are producing or your agriculture land is producing that is being sold. The next thing I looked at is what is called, and I am noticing I neglected to have this phrase up on there, but this is net cash income for farms. On the right is 2022, and on the left is 1997. It's broken down by these different categories of how much the individual farm earns. So at the very bottom, what you have are farms that have earned $2,500 or less from their farming, which sort of gets back to Commissioner Smith's point.
Let's use the right term.
Please.
Gross, not earned.
Thank you. Gross.
There's a big difference in
Yes.
gross.
Yep, you're correct. These
and
are gross numbers. These do not take into account production expenses.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you take into account production expenses, the census actually takes this same data and breaks it down into the number of farms that have any gain at all and the number of farms that are losing money. And as you can imagine, there are many farms that are not making any gain. So thank you so much. This is what farms have grossed. You can see at the very bottom, and I wasn't exactly sure how to word this, I put more farms generate under $2,500 a year in sales compared to 1997, which is very convoluted, but I wasn't sure how to say there are more people down here earning almost nothing or earning under $2,500, grossing under $2,500 from their farm than there were in 1997. Let me also say, these are percentages. All of these add up to 100, so a greater proportion of your farms are earning less than they did before.
Some of this could have been affected by the regulatory environment from the government when they done away with the tobacco support program. That was probably in the late 90s, wasn't it? Does anybody remember?
Yes, 1990.
Yeah.
So,
And that could have affected that income situation.
my next slide is actually about government payments to farming, and I think that those payments would
Right.
fall under this. In general, your farms are grossing less. That's the message, and does speak to all of these entities are not necessarily where folks are making their living. I think that's the message. Two more slides on agriculture. So one is this one. Agriculture brought $3.8 million of government payments to Johnston County in 2022. Here are the numbers from the past census. I've only went back to 1997 on this one. And you can see the decline of various government payment programs, which is what Commissioner Godwin was alluding to. And as before, I've adjusted these, or attempted to adjust all of these to $2022. So you can, especially with the inflation that we've had in recent years, to make it a little bit more comparable, so you can see how you fit in 2022, or how 2022 fits in to what you've been experiencing back to the late 1990s. And the very last thing that I put together for you on agriculture is net cash income from farms. You are the green bar, the state is the gray bar. We have 2002 at the top, 2007, 12, 17, and then 2022. As before, adjusted for inflation to make it a little bit more comparable. Statewide, there is a greater net cash income per farm than there is in Johnston County. I can hazard a guess on this, which is that the larger the farms are in other places, the more small farms have merged into larger farms. You have a smaller denominator, and I think that's going to make those farms look more have a higher net cash income per farm. That's my guess. I can't necessarily tell you if that is why the trend looks like that, but I noticed that 2022 really stood out as the statewide, that number had been higher, but the discrepancy got much larger in this last 5-year period, and I unfortunately can't really tell you why other than to hazard a guess or to ask the farmers at the table. Commissioner Godwin.
We talked earlier, Commissioner Smith talked about land preservation, farmland preservation. I serve on a farmland preservation committee with the Department of Agriculture. We had a meeting Monday, I think, of this week. And there have rounds of, periodic rounds of grants that are available for people to sell their development rights and keep the land in farming. And this most recent round, I think the commissioner announced 12,000 acres had been preserved that will always be in production and not in development. And when you look at some of these numbers, that's a very, very small, but 12,000 is 12,000. And we here in Johnston County are looking to do some of the same things to preserve some of that farmland, open space. But it's difficult because it takes money.
Sure. It does, thank you. When I get to the next slides about the present use valuation program.
I'm always one slide ahead, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. No, you are. It's great, though. It adds so much good context. But you will see the impact of land leaving
I want to make sure
the
that
program. Please.
because you've done your homework, so I don't want to, but does that slide say
But you know
that
the material, so
in
please jump in.
2022,
Yes.
that net income that an average farm in Johnston County made close to $80,000 to $90,000?
That's what it says. It doesn't feel right, does it?
There'd be a lot of people would continue farming if that were true. I struggle with that being.
I think that
I'm guessing it's gross cash receipts.
I would think it's got to be.
it's not gross cash
Okay.
receipts, but I can tell you that the average income in the room is going to go up significantly if Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates walk in here. And this is the average income per farm. So to the extent
Is that Johnston County?
Johnston County.
There are no Bill Gates in Johnston County.
No Bill Gates farm operations?
No.
Okay.
That's just a question.
Thank you. Yeah.
That'd be great news if it's right.
There's a little bit more breakdown behind these numbers. Why don't I go back and look into it and see if I can suss out the trend, so to speak, and follow up with you. Because you're right. It does not feel like what is happening. Yeah, I agree.
So I'm trying to just wrap my hands around this because, so when you show the statistics that the majority of the farms are bringing in less than $2,500, to me that would be a direct correlation of why you're seeing less land committed to farming and it being sold for other purposes. Yeah, I'm not a farmer, but I do know business, and a business that doesn't make money is a hobby. And I don't need any more hobbies. I had a business one time that didn't make money, and I sold it, I got rid of it. And so I'd have to say that probably some of that is due to the fact that the decline in the amount of funding, money that you can make farming without having to work an outside job somewhere to make ends meet. I mean, to me, it would be a hard sell to continue doing it if you're not making any money at it. Okay.
I think that's why you see so many farms sold, because the matriarch of the family decides, it passes away, and then you have several heirs, and you have the taxes and the various other costs associated with land ownership, and then suddenly it's 7 or 8 people, and you never get a consensus of, is it okay to keep paying it and holding on to it just for the sake of holding on to it, just to barely survive, or to sell it for some other purpose? And I think that's why we see a lot of land that is sold out of agriculture.
Well, and to add to Commissioner Smith's point, you know, $80,000 to $100,000 sounds like a lot, but if you think about it, most farming operations the husband, the wife, the kids, everybody works there. And so if you think of our median income for the county and spread that amongst 2 or 3 people, it's really not making ends meet. Because most people don't work outside of farming in addition to.
Very interesting.
Let's move into a little bit of property valuation data, which really is just a very quick look at the PUV program. This chart shows the deferred valuation in the PUV program going back to fiscal year 2004, also a non-magical number. What you can see is that basically from the top line to the bottom line, things are pretty much the same. The amount of deferred valuation has only declined $66 million out of $1 billion. And so at first I was very confused by what I was looking at. And I did not initially understand how this is the case. But if you look at it a little bit more, what you see is that, and this is when I really wish I had a pointer, but start at the top line, you see you have less, less, less. You have farms leaving the PUV program, and that's why that line is getting shorter. If you did not have farms leaving, agricultural land leaving the PUV program, there would be no changes. Every line would be the same until your next revaluation. You have land leaving the program, and so you go down, down, down to right about here, which I believe is fiscal 12-ish, and you have a revaluation, and the value of the land that remains in PUV has gone up. The line goes back out. Land continues to leave the program down into the next revaluation, which looks like it was around fiscal 20.
Yep.
The value of the land that is left in the program goes back up. So you have competing forces, basically. Land leaving the program, but the land that is left has become more and more valuable, and that's why the value of your land in PUV is basically the same, 66 million out of $1 billion. I don't know what that is, but it's a very small number. Those two competing forces are why that number has not changed, but it does show what we've been talking about. Land is leaving agriculture and land is leaving PUV. Commissioner Harris, you look like you want to jump in, but if not, I'll keep going.
No, that's just my calculation look.
Oh.
When I'm trying to absorb all you're putting
Okay.
out there. Very fascinating. Go ahead.
That doesn't include acres. That's just dollars.
Yeah.
Dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Questions about this? Just for comparison, I'll show you how it compares to your overall valuation in the county, which, as you would expect, just continues to go up every year. The value of your land continues to go up, and then when you have a revaluation, it goes up even more. But you have changes along the way when new properties come online, people make changes to their house that require a permit, then your office adjusts the valuation. So you can see the difference in what's happening in PUV, land leaving the property versus leaving the program versus on the right. You don't have any land leaving the county, so it just continues to go up year after year.
So if you look at that, the PUV at 1 billion is 5% of the total gross, which is 20 billion.
Okay.
So we would say that agricultural land is taxed at 5% of our,
Of what it could be taxed for?
no, 5% of our base to tax. 5% of that is tax, 95% is other. 19 billion is other, and 1 billion is tax, is agriculture.
But this is the portion that is not taxed. This is the deferred valuation portion. But yes, I see what you're saying, and the point is well
That's
taken.
just- okay.
The total valuation is 20 billion. If you did not have PUV, for example, then your total valuation would be this much higher. The amount on the left, I don't know, something like $1 billion, a little bit less, 890 maybe, because you would be adding that in if you did not have the PUV program. Yes. Did I address your comment?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to learn.
Yeah. I appreciate the questions.
But I've struggled with this deferred valuation.
Okay.
When I get my tax bill, my whole bill is called deferred. I mean, I'm not.
Typically,
I could be wrong here.
Typically, the way it works, and my understanding is you're being taxed at, as it's called, the present use. You're being taxed at the present use, not at the potential value of the land. So the difference between how you're actually using the land and the potential of what it could be taxed for if it weren't ag land, that's the deferred portion. I could have broken this down in a way that would make that clearer.
If, let's just say, the normal tax value would be $1,000,
Okay?
and the agricultural tax value is $100. So $900 in tax value is being deferred for a period,
Yep.
this is 3 years, it's a rolling 3 years.
Right.
So is that deferred valuation up there, is that the $100 or is that the total of the $1,000?
This is the 900.
That's the 900.
The 900.
This is the 900 portion.
Okay.
One way that I could have shown it that would make it clearer would be a chart that showed you the deferred portion and the non-deferred portion added together to get the total value of all land that is in PUV.
I was wrong, but that's
That would
what
have
I
made it
thought it
clearer.
meant, but I'm glad you clarified.
I'm glad you asked. So it is only the deferred portion, so in that example, it's the 900. So. I have one more slide for you, which is a look at how your total valuation, this is not about PUV, this is the total valuation in the county, which is that chart was on the right on the prior slide, has increased since, I didn't write it down, I think since 2007. And I did not adjust these values for inflation because it really doesn't matter, because what I'm doing here is just comparing your growth to the state. If I had adjusted them both for inflation, the difference between the two would stay the same, and that's really what I'm looking at. Over this time period, total valuation across the state has increased by 44%, the dollar value of valuation across the state. And over that same period, the dollar value of your valuation has increased by 85%. And so what's making that difference? Part of it is land leaving PUV. The second part and the larger part is all of the development that you're having. Obviously, your tax folks are valuing land higher once it is developed rather than when it is an empty lot. And we've seen from the demographic slides how many new people you have and therefore how much housing you must be growing and developing to house all of the folks that are moving here. And that's a large driver in the increase in your property valuation.
I think it's important to say that those houses drive commercial, they drive restaurants, they drive
Absolutely.
other shops, they
Absolutely.
drive jobs, all the other stuff that's driven, it's not just housing.
Absolutely. And it does get back to the point that was made earlier, the more businesses that you're attracting here for folks to work in the county versus going out of county, that feeds into that as well. You're exactly right.
There are commercial, especially retail outlets that will not build in an area until there's a certain number of rooftops and a certain amount of population to make it advantageous for them to come to that area. So, when people say, I want to have a whatever here, a lot of it is triggered by the amount of people and the amount of rooftops that we have.
Yeah. Chairman Lauder, that's all I have prepared.
Okay.
Happy to take more questions. though.
Denise, can we have a copy of that slide presentation?
Absolutely.
Would you mind sending that to us?
Of course, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's very good information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I was just going to say again, you had set the bar high, 2 years ago, and the information is fascinating to sit here, and I can't wait to some of our folks in our Ag Extension Office and Soil and Water here, you get to see these and comment on them, so, thanks.
I appreciate that.
Denise, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Last year, you told us
Oof. All right.
that by
And so
20,
last year, just
by
if you-
2050,
Mhm.
we'd have 365,000 people in Johnson County. What's your number this year?
So that projection comes from the state demographer, and I did not go back and see what he is projecting,
I
but
thought I'd give you something to leave with.
I cannot imagine that your projections have gone down. Let me say that. With a 3.5% growth rate, I cannot imagine ratcheting down his projections. Yeah, you're growing. I've had you in this 150 to 250 population group, and
Yeah, one other factor, last
you're out
year,
of that.
we're the 12th largest, I think you said we were the 12th largest county, and that by 2050, we'd be the 9th largest county.
You could even be higher than that.
Yeah.
Can I say how much I love that you have the notes from last time? I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
You also said something about GDP one time. I don't remember what that number was, but.
She said GDP, we were the 7th highest in North Carolina.
There we
I
go.
did say
Okay,
that.
yeah.
In terms of, yep, I did say that. Yep.
Commissioner Smith has notes from 23 years ago when he was on the board and
I love it.
can recite them
I love it.
verbatim.
Bring it on. That's great.
It's interesting that the acreage and production is coming down, but every year the Commissioner of Agriculture always tries to push, he's trying to achieve $100 billion in revenues, farm revenue. And it was like 98 billion, 99 billion. And this year he hit 1.03 billion, I think, finally, even with reduced acreage.
I think that 85% in 2 more years is going to be a small number because everybody wants to move that price up incrementally to land cost per acre is just going to. When I graduated from high school in 1966, you could pretty much buy all the farmland you wanted for $800 an acre. And I gradually saw it go up and go up and go up, and people do not even bat an eye and ask $20,000 and $25,000 an acre for the land. Not that it's worth it or not that they're getting it, but at some point in time, you'll find someone willing to pay that, and that's going to make that number just keep right on going up. And then that's going to make the cost of lots go up. And I don't understand how young people starting out are going to have to be able to buy a starter home anymore.
Yeah.
It's going to be just out of their reach.
Where are you on your revaluation cycle? Rick?
It's in process.
In process.
It's underway right now.
In process.
We're in transition, we're on a 6-year cycle.
Okay.
We're going to 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that certainly will be jumping up after you get in your numbers.
I just hope we don't do what Wake County did. Man, I'm telling you, it was, I mean, it's just.
Do you mean in
unreal.
terms of the amount of growth? I think they had a
No, the
53%
valuations that
average
they-
increase.
that they're sending out, they did it last year.
Yes.
It's just huge. I mean, big.
Yep, their average growth was over 50%, and they're on a 4-year cycle.
I just got my revaluation notice for Yancey County, and the property that we own, we've got about 3 tracts, and my average increase was 65.66%. And I did have one tract that went up 87.23%.
Of course, you gotta have the millage, but that's still a big number. I
Right.
mean, stuff I got in Wake County, it went up 50 to 100%.
Yeah. That's correct. We're good. Last chance. You can always follow up with me afterwards. Feel free to reach out if you have questions about anything I presented, or if you have questions about things that I didn't present that you want to know about, I can probably find it, and I'll certainly give it a good shot. So please reach out to me anytime. Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right. I think next item we have up is a financial presentation from our good friends at Davenport. I'm looking back, I think they're coming from behind me here. And Kyle, is that Kyle's voice? All right.
Good morning.
Welcome, welcome.
Good morning. Austin's going to come up with me.
All right.
Trip on anything as we get up here.
So can I loosely use the phrase you're going to present on some fascinating data to us like Denise just did?
We're going to have some elements of that. Maybe some similar themes. Austin here will pass out our books, which I think we may have before. Is it up on the screen? Let's get a microphone. Yeah, okay.
How about this? Is that better? There we go. Well, again, while Austin's passing everything out, good morning. Good to see everybody. We always appreciate doing this. It's been, I think we say in our book here, 20-plus years. We could probably go back and figure out exactly how many years it is, but it's probably actually going on 25 at this point. And so we really appreciate that, as always. As Austin's passing things out, hopefully we'll get this on the screen here. We have very, very good news to share. And I think you as a board know that. You've seen that. We're going to talk about why that is, and then talk about some planning and some trends going forward. So we're excited. As you know, you are now AAA rated by both Moody's and S&P. Came all in 1 year. Very well deserved, very hard earned. We'll talk about the trends that got us there, some of the advantages that will give you as a county. I think without even flipping into the book, you know you're in very good financial shape. So we'll just say that at the outset, not only for the board, but for anybody in the public that is listening. This is a very well-run county from a financial perspective, and has been for a very long time period. And so we always love hearing the demographic presentation before us. That's influencing how the rating agencies and credit markets are looking at us as a county. That's been a big factor of it. It's not the only factor, but that's been a big component of it. And so we'll talk through some of that as we go here. We'll give it a second to get pulled up on the screen. It's a lovely modern art shape there. I'm not sure what that, I'm used to that either being like a beach or like a rainforest. But that's maybe just a little bit of
maybe that's your
modern.
brand.
What's that?
Maybe that's your brand.
We're very definitively green. If it was Davenport, it would definitely be green. It's been that way since, I don't know, last 160 years or thereabouts. So we'll give it a second. But
I need to download PowerPoint.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead and roll on, I'll
Yeah.
catch up to you.
Yeah. We'll start here and kind of give a little bit of an opening, and then by the time we work through the next couple pages, I think then we'll be able to see the nitty-gritty details in here. But for the moment, I'm just looking at page 1, background, and again, we always appreciate being here. It's been a long time, and that's valuable to us. Austin here is going to give a portion of the presentation. I think when we started, I was probably, I'm not even sure I was at Austin's stage yet, and so we appreciate that tenure in terms of being able to work with you. So on page number 1, again, going back about 20 years, when we started in that late 90s time period, that's when you got your initial credit ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's. Those were in the A range. At the time, that was a very solid, very strong credit rating. It's a much different county. I think, Mr. Smith, you were on the board at that point, and kind of, in essence, getting things going to where you are right now. And since that time period, you see a couple other statistics here in the middle of the page. You've been able to finance about $660 million in critical infrastructure over that time period. That's a number that we expect is just going to keep going up as your needs, continue to evolve. You've saved, and this is an estimate, about $31 million by virtue of having those. There we go. Increasing credit ratings. So when we go out as a county and finance those capital projects, we all know this is the leadership here. The higher that credit rating, the lower the interest rate. And so as those credit ratings have gone up, the lower the interest rates have gone. We've estimated that's saved the county about $31 million. That's an estimate, but somewhere in that range. On top of that, you go down one more slide here, one more bullet point. We've been able to refinance our existing debt and saved about $45 million. And that's just interest savings over that time period. So you continue to add that up. It's $75 million or thereabouts that has been saved for the taxpayers by virtue of the credit rating starting strong and continuing to get stronger. On the next page, just most recently, we sold last year the initial portion of our last referendum, about $30 million in general obligation bonds for schools, sold via competitive process. And I think what's interesting here, if you look at the number of bidders that the county received, we think this is an all-time record. You get 19 different firms that were vying in a competitive bidding process to buy those bonds. And so just from a demand for the county's bonds, and or you can read that as a comfort level that the credit markets have, that Johnston County is an excellent credit rating. You had 19 different firms in an open bidding process wanting to and competing to buy the county's bonds. We call all-in true interest cost, so think about that as like the effective average interest rate on the bond issue, was a 368. That's also interesting. So we kind of went through the pandemic time period and we were able to borrow a couple bond issues that had we call sometimes a one handle or a two handle on it. That's abnormal. Those are so low that they weren't sustainable. What we've seen is rates have come back up, but even though rates are higher than they were during the all-time low time period, we as a county were still borrowing. This is a fixed interest rate over 20 years at a 368. And so I think that's an important point, and that continues to today, in that as much as you hear about interest rates in the news and what's the Fed going to do and this, that, the other, we are still in a very, very favorable environment if you have a very strong credit standing, which you do, to go finance and borrow for needed capital infrastructure. Last bullet point here. We always like to and try and err on the, call it the more conservative side when we do our planning and our estimates. We'll talk about some of that. Austin's going to talk about some of that in the planning. So when we do that, owing to the conservative management style that you've had for a long time, we planned at 5%, we came in at 368, and so we're doing better than the estimate. That's really where we want to be, barring a real surprise.
Kyle
Sir.
was going to say something. Even on when we sold those GEO bonds, we had a premium of around $2 million, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
And that, I don't think that is included in the numbers that the county has saved, $75 million, because that $2 million we put back to debt service that we don't have to pay. We don't put it in our pocket. We put it back to the debt service we have to pay.
Yep, that's exactly right. And that, Chad, to your point, that gets factored in, and we call that all-in true interest costs. That wraps a bunch of stuff together. What Chad is saying there, which is absolutely correct, is investors were willing to pay a premium for our bond issues. So if you looked at our bond issues, several of the coupons may be 4 or 5%. But because we have a good credit rating and because rates are favorable, the investors paid a premium for that, and that then gets factored into that 368. And to Chad's point, we're able to use that to help offset some of the debt service and just maximize the efficiency of it all. So very good news. You continue to be on a good track, and we think that positions you well as we talk about the going forward piece of this. So what we'd like to talk about today in terms of goals and objectives, first and foremost, which we're always doing this time of year, is making sure that we as a county are in just as strong a financial shape in the future as you are right now. It's very nice to be able to talk about that in the position of being in AAA, and so we're at the top of the heap. There's nowhere up to go from here, and so it's really a question of how do we maintain those AAAs and how do we maximize the AAAs, and I think those are the two concepts that we're thinking about, obviously with the board's critical input. We'll do a little review of the commentary from the agencies. We'll talk again like we always do in terms of our suggestions and recommendations, obviously subject to the board and your incredible staff, your input, provide a couple suggestions on maybe how we think about planning going forward. And then bottom of the page, we'll talk a little bit about water and sewer enterprise. That's been obviously a very, very active portion of your capital program. It's critical to the development that you're seeing. And so with Chandra and Kim, who I think I saw maybe walk in, that is a very important piece of the overall financial picture. We'll spend more time in earnest talking about the general government side of things, but that's a very critical component. You're in good shape there, and we'll continue to watch that. Okay, so page 4, like we like to do, doing some comparatives. And so if if Mr. Smith were to look back to last year's book relative to this, we've got a little bit different universe that we're looking at here because we're now comparing ourselves to a list of AAA counties in North Carolina. If you look at this nationally, we looked at this a couple weeks ago, North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland have the majority of the AAA counties across the country. There tends to be a concentration in the Mid-Atlantic. All three of those states, maybe little regional rivalries aside, tend to be viewed as very good government states. And so if you were to look at other portions of the country, in fairness, you're not getting large states, you're not going to find as many AAA counties as we tend to find in, again, the Mid-Atlantic states. First thing we'll point out there, our population, certainly listening to the prior presentation, if we maybe are now at about 250,000 by the time some more growth has happened, you can see where that fits in the range of things. You get your Mecklenburgs and Wakes, they're sort of a different situation in terms of population, but we're starting to really creep up in population on some of the peer medians that we'll look at on the next page. Clearly the geographic concentration of the AAAs, obviously we've got our 40 corridor going down into Charlotte, and then coastal, and out obviously in the retirement and lovely mountains out there. But you see the vast majority right in there where you would expect along our major population centers. So again, a little history here. Going back to 97, with the initial credit ratings in the A1, A range, those are basically equivalent between Moody's and Standard & Poor's. They were very good at that time period, and just a steady, steady increase. That hardest jump to get to is from that AA1, AA plus to AAA. We were fortunate and very excited to have made that jump last year, so we're now at AAA from both Moody's and in Standard & Poor's. Nowhere higher to go, so congratulations to the board. I think what we'll talk about here in the next couple pages in terms of why we think the rating agencies were comfortable taking us that level. Certainly at the forefront of it is management and leadership. So kudos to the board, to Rick, to Chad, to Martha, everybody else who's been here for so long, working so hard, and previous boards as well, in terms of the management side of things. That's very important to the rating agencies. We'll go quickly by this page, but you can see here's where we were, late 90s. The tier 3 strong credit ratings, we've just since moved up, again, to echo the highest possible credit rating, AAA, and so that's where we are. We'll do just a little bit of description and mostly review in terms of what both Moody's and Standard & Poor's are taking into account when they come up with those ratings. Nothing's changed here from prior years. We'll just highlight again the number of factors that they're taking into account. So this is Moody's. They just changed this a couple years ago. First and foremost is the economy. It's about 30% of the credit rating is tied to the economy. So as your tax base is growing, as your income levels are growing, historically the income levels had held us back a little bit relative to AAA's, and we'll see in some of those demographic pictures that is really starting to move upward in a positive direction. That was certainly a piece of what got us to AAA last year. The second component here, they term it nowadays financial performance, most easily described as how are we doing with our fund balance and do we have surpluses. Both of those are in a very good situation. I'm sure we'll talk about, as we talk about the fund balance and going forward, where we want that to be, where we need it to be, but it continues to be very important. Institutional framework, again, just kind of gets to that general good governance side of things. We get nice points there. And the bottom fourth component here in terms of leverage, that amounts to about 30% of the rating. It's actually a little bit higher than it was in prior years. And that really is our debt and our pensions that we spend so much time thinking about and planning for. And so those are really the four components. But importantly, economy and financial performance, 60% of the credit rating by themselves. As you look at S&P, similar story. I won't go line for line, but economy continues to be very important. Management, we'll point out again, You have arguably the most stable, the most experienced, top-notch management, and the rating agencies see and understand that. And then you see the various financial components of it within the middle of the page there. So we point those out, again, in terms of what are the agencies looking at when they come up with these credit ratings. Those are the biggest pieces of the pie. So we'll do a little bit of just highlighting the commentary. I think the actual reports are in the back of your book, much longer, all public documents. But basically what they say here is last summer, the upgrade we know from AAA to AA1. They talk about the growth in the economy. This is Moody's commentary citing about 10,000 people per year growth, maybe a little bit faster than that given our prior presentation, but that growth is important to them. The surpluses they note, so certainly on the financial side, they're looking at where we've trended. We've got our structurally balanced budget, we have our surpluses, they take that into account. And if you look here at the yellow credit strengths, so if there's three things that they note now, again, being the top of the heap at AAA, growing population coupled with local and regional economic expansion, improving reserve position, it was good before, but now it's really excellent. And lastly there, but certainly arguably most important, the strong management team. And so those are the three biggies that they cite as our strengths. They do say still down here, factors that could lead to a downgrade. We always like to point those out. Significant erosion in financial position. We don't see that in the short run, but I think, again, owing to the planning that is done, make sure we insulate ourselves from that. And sustained declines in the tax base. We also don't see that coming, but good to be aware of what's the possible hurdles to the extent things change and the picture changes. S&P, in terms of their commentary, again, we talk about the AAA here. Of note, just as you read that, they talk about appropriation debt being AA+. That doesn't mean we have a separate credit rating, just means a different type of debt that we at various times issue as a county, as do most other counties, that is quote-unquote appropriation backed. It just has a one notch off credit rating. So our rating is AAA. They just note that little nuance in there. Upgrade reflects positive view of the economy's momentum and budgetary performance, supported by comprehensive fiscal practices and very strong reserves, well above the county's policy threshold. And so, this time of year, we're typically talking about between the budget, the CIP, capital planning, and I'm sure we'll get into that as we get into the next couple sections here. So we just want to highlight a couple in terms of what the rating agencies are looking at from a demographic standpoint. This is actually Moody's data. So as Moody's is doing their credit rating review, this is their data that we subscribe to. And we wanted to point out the median household income. For years, as we've been talking about this, what's going to get us to AAA? One of those things, it takes a long time to work its way through the numbers. That was frustrating at various points, but has now worked its way through the numbers, are the demographics, and notably here, the median household income. And so what we're doing is we're comparing Johnston County, this is 2019, per this Moody's data, our median household income was about, rounded off, about $60,000. By 2023, via this Moody's data, we're at about $75,000. So just that 4-year time period, we've had a very substantial increase in the stated and published median household income. If you compare that to the North Carolina AAA county median, which is kind of down in this blue bar, this royal blue here, you see we're technically above the North Carolina county median via this universe down here by virtue of being at about 75,000. So we've caught up very, very quickly. For years, as we were talking to the agencies, we were kind of having to work through, it's coming in terms of the growth and development, and now you see it's there. And that is certainly a major component of what got the agencies comfortable to get us to the AAA level. Assessed value per capita is a similar demographic measurement. both the tax base and the population are growing. But what this is showing us is our tax base is growing at a much faster rate than our population. So assessed value per capita in 2019 about 86,000. By 2023, it's 118,000. We're expecting, as I think you are, that assessed value per capita to probably have another big leap forward with the next reassessment. And so you start to compare that to the North Carolina AAA median. We've moved very quickly from actually a little bit below the AA one. Back in 2019, we were actually a little bit below the AA, to now we're above the AA and starting to creep towards some of the AAA levels. And so again, the pace of that demographic movement was a component, not the only component, but a component that, again, got us to that AAA level. So in terms of takeaways, congratulations. This board, prior boards, you've worked very hard. The planning, the stewardship comes through now in that AAA, and so we're excited for you. We just want to make sure we say that. Second bullet point here, fund balance and reserves continue to be very important. We're in a different situation than we were 10 years ago, whereby we have very strong reserve levels, and the question to us now tends to be, how do we make sure that we manage those? What's the right level? Making sure we're balancing the need to invest in capital infrastructure, invest in the needs that you as a board identify, and make sure we can maintain a fund balance level that's going to be acceptable for being a AAA level, but also making sure we're being efficient with it. Again, very strong financial position. We're expecting the same for 24. And economic metrics are very much now a strength of ours, and so we're excited to see that. So to that end, we'll talk about fund balance. And so this is our, in terms of page 16 here, this is what we call fund balance available for appropriation. Sometimes we call this available fund balance. There's a couple different names, but when the rating agencies are looking at the financial flexibility, the first thing they're arguably looking at is this fund balance. You see a very pronounced trend, as I mentioned there, and we all know this, we're in a much different position today, these last several years, than even 10 years ago when we were coming out of the 08-09 financial crisis. And so we've got our policy here at 20%. We kind of hovered right below that technically a little bit, moved the policy up in this range. And what you see now is we are very much above that policy level. If you stop time today, that's a great situation. You're in excellent shape. I think the question for us, with input from the board and obviously your staff, is what's the right level here? And that, to us, needs to be answered with some good planning going forward. We know that we've had very, very good economic success. We've had a lot of growth. That's, basically captured itself in this increasing trend in the fund balance. The next question or series of questions to us is, how do we do some planning to look at what that right level is going forward over the next even 5-10 years? On a comparative basis, if you're at 70%, you're in great shape. That's excellent. We know we're going to have to balance that against the need to invest in county infrastructure, whether that's on, call it the county side of the house. The schools will have needs at some point. There's going to be any variety of needs. And so we want to make sure we've got a good system, a good series of policies to be making those decisions over a multi-year time period.
Kyle, can I ask?
Absolutely.
I just want to confirm 3 things that are on that slide. And Chad, on our last data from January, our fund balance is 73%. So if I look at this, if I go back to 2019, we were at 62 million. And we're now 200 million. So last year we had doubled. This year we have basically tripled. From 2019, we've tripled that 62 million to 200 million. That's a triple increase in our fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the one on the right, in 2019 we were at 30%. and today we're at 70%. So we've had a 40% increase in our cash. Are those figures right?
Yes, they sound about right, and I think maybe to your point, and I'll stop talking if I'm off base here, but this is growing clearly in terms of sheer dollars. The other piece, though, of what is growing as we look at that policy is your budget is growing.
Sure,
And
I
so,
understand.
Yep,
But-
so the jump in the percentage
Yeah,
is not as much
I
in
know
dollars.
there's got to be a lot of things.
Yep.
There's always the use.
Yep.
But you need to understand what you have before you get to your use. And we're flush, so,
You're in very good shape.
yeah.
You're in very, very good shape.
Also, Kyle, we weren't below our policy back in 13. I believe our policy at that time was 15%. We moved it up to 20, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. We could go back and look at the exact year we moved that.
Went down to
One of those things I don't remember, but you're correct in that we were at 12%, then we moved to a 15%, and so we probably should have made that graph sort of inch up as your policy inched up, but you are correct, Mr. Godwin.
Kyle, let me ask Rick a question, you a question. My memory is that we hired Davenport, basically. Up until that time, on the Frank Holden plan, we paid cash for schools. That every school up until then, when Mr. Holden was in charge, we paid cash, and that we were going to issue bonds for schools. And to issue bonds for schools, we needed to get a credit rating. And that was the emphasis, or the reason that we hired Davenport to help us get that bond rating so we could finance schools. Is that
That is correct. And I came on board in this role in '99.
Yeah.
And the board at that time, so we're gonna aggressively build schools, and we're going to make provisions to borrow those funds. And we needed some assistance, and that's about the time that Davenport came.
That's right.
Started working with us, and has been a great partner.
Right. I just think it's good to know why we started this, and the real reason was to finance schools.
Which continues to be a big piece of your pie going forward. And what's clearly going to be, at least as we understand it, different here is we're going to have schools we're going to take care of, and we're going to have other county needs too. And so you're going to see some suggestions here as we get through that, sort of the next series of pages. So you look at this comparative fund balance. One thing I'll point out, you see here we're at 60%. It's not a mistake. It just happens to be when we pull this Moody's data, they're comparing it to revenues, which for us is a bigger number than expenditures. So our revenues are more than our expenditures, so that ratio is just a lower percentage. But again, the same number in terms of the fund balance, just different ways to look at it. So apples to apples basis, we as a county now are at about 60%, again, using this Moody's calculation. You can see the North Carolina AAA median is about 38. Interestingly, the national AAA median is also rounding up a little bit, also about 38. Just do a little more rounding and say the medians there for both national and North Carolina counties about 40%, plus or minus. We're right now at about 60%, and so that's a good thing. We've got some contingency over and above our policy. We've also got some contingency over and above those both national and North Carolina medians. We think it's a good idea to have that contingency right now, especially knowing that as we work through schools capital projects, as we work through county capital projects, any variety of other things that come up during this growth phase, one of the single best ways to protect against surprises that come up when you're in a growth phase like this and you're doing a bunch of building is to have a nice healthy reserve. The rating agencies obviously care about it, but it also gives you some of that contingency if you get a surprise.
Kyle, a couple of things also on this. As I read this, we have the highest fund balance of any county in the state of North Carolina.
You have the highest of any AAA county in North Carolina. That's correct.
Right.
That's correct. Yep.
We're number one for AAA.
That's right.
And that we have 60%, and if you look at, let's just say 4 comparable counties, New Hanover, Forsyth, Mecklenburg, and Wake. all of those are around 30. So we're almost double those 4 counties. And those 4 counties also have growth and also have similar needs to what we have.
That is correct. All those are accurate statements.
Yeah, okay.
Page 18 will just show for a moment in terms of the rating agencies. They kind of break each of their various little categories down, and they'll give you what they view as a quote-unquote AAA level for the fund balance by itself. Doesn't mean that everybody's got a fund balance at this level is AAA, but it's just kind of using that terminology. And so Moody's says anything above 35% is viewed as a quote-unquote AAA fund balance. S&P uses a little bit different terminology. They think anything above 15% is strong. So again, that just helps to inform us. We've got some nice contingency against all of those levels. But again, I also think we know, and this is subject to clearly the board, there's a lot of capital investment that is being talked about. So how do we balance those things out and make sure we're being as efficient as possible? So some last takeaways. Fund balance levels are improved, very strong, in line with AAA, and really, to Mr. Smith's point, you're actually stronger than the AAA levels. Our policy says we're going to be at least 20% of expenditures. We don't, as a recommendation right now, see any reason to go down to that 20%, knowing how much that you're thinking about taking on. It's a nice governor. We could actually think about increasing the policy level for the moment. I think before we do that, we'd want to work through some of the planning that at least we're thinking about and talking about going forward. But I think, lastly, again, we talk about infrastructure investment being the other side of the coin here, and so we'll just reiterate that. Last point we'll make here, and we can probably give Chad and maybe even Tyson a little kudos here. The other reason that you want a really strong fund balance in this environment is the way that interest rates have changed so much, and hopefully you've maybe seen this in your personal life, in your savings accounts or CDs or what have you. For so many years, we were earning, and this is shown the North Carolina Capital Management Trust and a 2-year treasury. So the reinvestment side of things in terms of interest rates, for so many years post to the 08-09 financial crisis, the dollars we had in the bank as a county, those tax dollars, were earning effectively nothing. You see that with that kind of green line down there. It was a safekeeping place, but it wasn't really earning anything. You go through, start to see a little bit of an uptick, and then we had the pandemic, went back down to 0, and now it has gone up very, very quickly. And so, to Mr. Smith's points and others, the amount of fund balance you have times what right now is probably about 5%, that is real income that helps on the general fund side of things, that helps offset the impact of inflation that everyone is seeing within the operating budget, and it ends up being a tax saver or a dollar saver for the taxpayers, because those dollars you have in the bank as a county are earning you money, and that is helping to offset the need in terms of the operating expenditure side of things. And so that's a balance. And so from an interest rate perspective, we are both in a good borrowing environment and a great reinvestment environment. So it's a very nice place to be, to have a bunch of cash in a reserve capacity and also be thinking about making some smart investments on the capital side of things. It's a very strong position to be in. The one element we would note is, we know going through the budget process, and you budget on an annual basis, you know, the Federal Reserve's talked about at some point they're probably going to reduce the interest rates from where they are now. We'll see when that happens. A little dubious it's going to happen, but so fast, but we're not economists. I think as you think about budgeting for the next couple fiscal years, it's reasonable to expect the rate of earnings in that fund balance is going to come back down a little bit. Barring a surprise, we don't see it coming back down to here, but just keeping with that conservative budgeting mindset, we wouldn't necessarily count all the current interest rates and earnings levels as you're thinking about, you know, the budget for FY25 and FY26. So we'll switch gears here, talk a little bit about debt, and Austin's going to talk for a couple pages in terms of our existing debt and some capital planning. So Austin, go ahead.
Good morning. Like Kyle said, Austin Sachs. Been working with the county for a number of years here, and happy to be able to talk in front of you guys. And so I'll be the debt guy here for a couple pages. And so what we're looking at here is our general fund tax-supported debt. Our graphic there on the top left is going to be all existing payments. These are known. All the bonds have been issued. This is all fixed rate debt, so it's not variable rate debt. All the payments are going to stay similar to like a mortgage. The structure of the debt decreasing there is a very positive for the county. It provides additional capacity for future investment. We have debt service that is declining, which frees up additional capacity going into the future. That can really be shown by a 10-year payout ratio, which is one of the ratios that we'll keep an eye on. It's in that second bullet point there at just about over 70%, and that's very strong, meaning we're not pushing out our debt, we're not pushing it on to future taxpayers, we're being good stewards of county funds and paying off debt rapidly. I think the only other point that I'll make on this page is that we are also looking at your debt profile very routinely for any refunding opportunities. Like Kyle said, rates could be going down in the future, and to the extent there's any opportunity for interest rate savings, we'll definitely bring that to your attention and potentially move forward on that. Moving to the next page, just a little bit on some planning that we had done. If y'all remember, in November 22, we passed a referendum for $177 million for school facilities. As Kyle had said, we had gone forward and issued the first $30 million of that referendum. So we've got about $147 million to be issued at a future date. And for just planning preliminary purposes, we've kind of modeled what that could look like to our debt ratios, the two of which that we pay the closest attention to being debt to assessed value and debt service versus expenditures. We like to be a little conservative on our estimates, which has been good for historical planning. And so if you see that at the last bullet point there, we've got 1 year of interest followed by 19 years of level principal at a 5% planning rate. If we went to market today, we'd probably be in and around maybe below 4%, but 5% has been a good benchmark interest rate for planning purposes historically. And so on this page, we'll be able to see our debt versus assessed values. This is outstanding tax-supported debt versus our tax base. It's one of the main debt metrics that the rating agencies will look at, and it's also one of the ones that we have a policy surrounding, saying that we will not have debt relative to our tax base to exceed 4%. And so if you look on the left, the dark green is going to be our existing debt outstanding. We're right at about 1% as of the start of FY 2024. And with the addition of that $147 million broken up over about 3 years, we basically peak at a little over 1%, so not much movement there. And so as we look at it, we have a lot of capacity under this ratio. We could even consider bringing down the county's policy from 4% to 3% with the blessing of the board, but we definitely have a decent amount of capacity under it. And if we look at our comparatives, similar peer group to what we're looking at on the fund balance and demographics, at 1%, we're basically right at the median. We'll see some above us, below us. I think the one point here is it might be unusual for you to look and see, okay, all North Carolina is above the national. That's not a mistake. In North Carolina, we've got to take care of schools, and some other states will have specific school districts where the county won't have to take on that capital investment. Moving on.
Before you leave that slide.
Yes.
How important is it to, for example, adjust that policy down to 3% to maintain our AAA bond rating? Is that a key criteria?
I don't think you can go for it.
Yeah, I think it's I don't think it's necessary, but I think it's just going to get us in line with kind of how quickly we've evolved in the last 4 or 5 years. If you said, hey, we want to keep it at 4%, is that going to hurt our AAA? It's not going to hurt your AAA.
Right.
It just gets you more in line with what a AAA looks like, given how quickly our tax base has grown.
And the revaluation coming up, it would make sense to drop it to 3.
Yeah, I think so.
If I might, yeah, with all the infrastructure needs we have coming up, there would be a tendency to be a concern, but with revaluation and the growth we're seeing in property valuation in the county, even with all the increased debt we may incur over the next 5 years, we're still going to be well below that. It's probably going to be another ratio that we look at later that would be a little bit more concern for me that we might have to look at, but we just have to make sure that as we're doing going forward with capital planning, not only looking at fund balance, but some of these ratios, more or less to financial fund balance policy. But this one's a policy I think we can stay well under, but then there's another one later on that we're well under, but as we're taking on more debt, we just need to stay on top of it. So capital planning is important.
I think it's important to say this, hard to implement it, but a reevaluation is not a tax increase.
Right.
A reevaluation is just what our base is that we put a millage to.
Yeah.
And the issue is, you couldn't make a reevaluation totally neutral. So I don't think we need to assume that that's a big tax increase till we
No,
set
I wasn't
the
talking about
millage.
dollars. I was just talking about the base of the assessed values going up, and this is the policy associated with that, not the revenue.
And Mr. Smith, to your point, I mean, something that we've noticed with reassessments and revaluations just across the region with North Carolina, Virginia, anywhere, in the last 3 to 4 years is when you compare the environment the last 3 and 4 years to the 10, even 15 years before that, we had such tame inflation for so long that when you came time to have a reassessment or revaluation, whatever you want to call it, it's kind of your way to reset, as you said, the tax base and the revenue stream to the current cost of doing business at some level. And for so many years when inflation was 2%, 3%, that reevaluation cycle, especially in a growing county like this, there was such a great disconnect between the amount of increase you saw in the values and the relatively tame level of inflation that it was clearly important. But when you compare that to today's environment where right, wrong, or indifferent, it's just the situation we're in, inflation, let alone other growth pressures, have really taken hold in everybody's operating budgets. And so the ability to reset your revenue stream to match, call it the current cost of doing business, has become arguably much more important than even it was 10, 15 years prior. So I just wanted to add that little commentary that we see kind of across the whole region.
Perfect. Move on from there, and I think this is what Chad was referencing, the other policy that we look at being debt service versus the budget. So basically how many pennies out of every dollar in the budget is going to make a debt service payment. And so right now in 2024 with our existing debt, we're right at about 11.5% or 11.5 pennies out of every dollar making a debt service payment. And with the 2022 referendum kind of modeled in here, we don't see that increasing substantially, if at all, especially with, we've got about 3% of growth in the budget in this ratio right now in our projections. And looking at the right-hand side with our comparatives, we're right there, a little bit below the North Carolina AAA county median. So we're in a good shape there, but it could increase rather quickly dependent on an increased amount of debt issued for county facilities. So it's definitely something that we'll want to keep an eye on because that is the cash flow aspect, or that's at least what this ratio looks at, is the cash flow and affordability side of making a debt service payment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, as we look at the needs of county infrastructure and the needs of the schools and community college, it's very important now that we're getting into a position where we have a lot of needs regarding infrastructure with the county, and then having to layer in school and community college. we plan for that, and we take into account these type of ratios to make sure that we're not getting ahead of ourselves in the budget, or either we make adjustments to the policy based on the growing needs that the county has over the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any questions on this slide, but we're good. Kind of summarizing here, right now we're in compliance, well in compliance with our policies. We pay off our debt quickly, and that gives us good capacity going forward to make that investment into county and school infrastructure. And with the 22 referendum modeled in, we're still in a strong position. We're looking at everything from a position of strength, and we just need to come up with the plan and decide where the priorities are and what to move forward with. The one thing that we had talked about is maybe bringing in the debt versus assessed value policy from 4% to 3%. But the last bullet point here is what's really going to drive this is less the capacity, but the affordability. What is the budgetary impact and the cash flow impact of these borrowings, and where that money is going to come from in the budget. And so I think I'll hand it back over to Kyle here.
Kyle. Sir. First off, you're about as smooth as any financial guy I've ever seen. So
I think I'll take that as a compliment, but I'm not sure.
Austin's working on getting there, so yeah.
I'm always have trouble, but I always enjoy talking to you.
Okay, thank you.
Even though sometimes when we look at it differently.
Yeah.
When you talked about the resetting with the inflation, you're exactly right. But I didn't agree with your conclusion. If our fund balance had gone down, then we would have needed to reset to go up. But our fund balance hasn't gone down. Our fund balance has gone up. So I think that is, is not a need. That logic doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't apply there. And I know I know Chad and everybody, we got a lot of stuff we got to do. I understand that. But we got a strong cash flow stream coming from the growth of this county. And all the concerns that we're talking about today, we said those same words 12 months ago. Every one of them, everything we've said about, well, we got to grow, we got to do this, we got to do we said all that a year ago. And we not only have we done fine, we've cut taxes 4 cents and have more money on hand today than we had last year. So I just want to put what I see as some reality into that situation.
They're all fair and accurate points. I think where you're exactly right, and where you as a county are doing better than many of your peers is you don't have the need, to your point, you don't have the need to do as much, resetting to keep pace with inflation. You can argue why that is, but at some level it's just a lot of strength. You got a lot of strength, cash flow wise, you have a lot of strength in your fund balance, you have a lot of strength in your economy. And so I agree with everything you just said. I think the part that we think about, I'm not going to use the term worry, but we think a lot about, and the puzzle to solve going forward is depending upon where you as a county and a board want to go, which isn't for us to say, that's for you to say, in terms of the fund balances and the level of capital investment, making sure we're being as efficient as possible when we're doing all those various things. So I agree with everything you said.
I agree with that. And I just got to say this, I get so tired of all the naysayers out there criticizing this board and this county from the way we're going and our business model. And there are counties all across North Carolina that would kill to have what we have here in Johnston County.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. And I think what and this will kind of get right to this point, so it's an excellent segue. So going forward, we were talking last year, you're in great shape. You continue to be in great shape. You have all the strengths we just talked about. And so part of our job is to help you make some decisions, understand, all right, what's our trajectory. It's a different environment than we were in 10 years ago, where we were kind of bouncing along on 12% fund balance. We had a ton of fund balance. And so to us, the challenge is, it's not a negative challenge, it's coming from a position of strength. How do we do certain things, and how do we make some of those decisions? And how do we really understand what we're going to look like 5 or 10 years into the future? And so to that end, one of our recommendations for you going forward is to take some of the planning that you've been so good as a county for doing for so long, and while we're now at the AAA level, sort of formalize in a more detailed sense what that planning looks like. So what we're recommending here is we put in place we call capital improvement program of a more formal variety. And so that CIP, oftentimes we just kind of refer to it in the shorthand there, a CIP. You will find that most, if not all, of your AAA and high AA1 rated peers are going to have a similar kind of document. It's important because it helps plan and paint a picture of where you're going into the future. So the rating agency is going to look at that. They're going to see and understand, okay, here's where we think we're headed in terms of investment in capital infrastructure, how much is borrowed for, how much is paid for with cash, and it's going to give a very good roadmap as to how many dollars do we need to borrow, when do we need to borrow them, where can we use some cash in the equation to effectively and efficiently maybe use some of the fund balance that we've accumulated up to that 70%, not all of it, but where can we use some elements of it and give us a multi-year picture of what that looks like. So I think what we've seen and observed the last several years is the needs, and that's not us to determine what a need is, that's for you to determine, but the types of projects that are being talked about and discussed, and we're talking to Chad and Martha and Rick all the time about various types of county facilities. The schools will inevitably have needs, a community college will inevitably have needs. And so giving us a baseline with which to plan around, we think is going to be a lot of value to you as a board, to the public, and definitely we think, and Chad can disagree with me here, but to the Ricks and Chads, et cetera, working with us as we talk to the rating agencies about what's the next 5 and 10 years look like. And so that is, again, a recommendation, not a binding document. So again, you're making annual budgetary decisions, but it gives us that roadmap.
Kyle, if I may, like he said, it's a roadmap. It gives staff something to work towards in terms of projects that's important and priorities to the board. Then we update you a few months later or as we go along, because then priorities may change, give us different direction. It allows us to keep moving the ball forward to what this board wants to do in terms of infrastructure, projects, school, community college, recreation, whatever it is. It allows us on this plan to keep moving the ball forward and come back and giving updates. And if you have changes, you can tell us to change what you're doing. That's why it's non-binding, but we'd like to have something memorialized so that we can move and do the work for you.
Cal, can I ask you a question? On that previous slide, if possible. On that county capital projects, just for clarification, are you speaking of county government?
I am. Yep.
County government capital projects.
Yep, and I think that's the basis, kind of the bottom layer of the cake. And so if we collectively know where your, as a county, priorities are with those county capital projects, that helps us all understand where do we have abilities to maybe use a little bit of cash, where do we need to borrow dollars, what's the timing of it, and then everything else can get built over and above and on top of that. But it gives us a baseline with which to measure where are we headed in terms of the investment. Because to Chad's point earlier, if we start looking at, for instance, that debt service to expenditures ratio, given the potential magnitude of things that you may need to do in the capital side, that can move very quickly from where we are in that 11-12% range back up to that policy. And so that's some of that planning out 3, 4, 5 years at least that'll help us mitigate with Chad that particular ratio, and maybe where we're able to use some of the cash flow strength to pay some cash for things and do it with a lot of confidence, again, knowing how quickly things are evolving in the county.
Kyle, I had a scheduling question here. I don't think we're going to finish by the 12:15, but if we go to 12:30, will that get us through everything you need to do, and then we just shorten our lunch to 45 minutes? Can we?
I could probably be done in 10 minutes, but.
Oh, well.
If you want,
you
tell me, Mr. Chair.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
Question before you move on, and this may be for the chairman. I'm assuming we're not going to deep dive into determining what these projects are today, but is this something we'll get into tomorrow, just for my brain and planning purposes?
I think it's on the list. I don't know how deep the dive's going to be, but I know our projects are on,
Okay.
I think, on pretty much all the lists that I saw. So.
Yes, I just want to make sure we're doing it tomorrow, not today. So I could
Well, I was going to say we may get into it. Depends on how our priorities fall out. So
okay.
I don't have an answer for that. But.
And as we're planning, we've talked to all the commissioners, and we're kind of planning for every one of the things that y'all have said.
Okay.
And so, like, and to Rick's point, as we're doing this capital improvement plan, it is just county facilities. And then we'll take the multi-layered approach. We can estimate what fund balance is doing the county facilities, and then if you need to layer in school construction, or community college, or we can see how we can do that, how we can afford for that, how to plan for that. So that's where this model will help staff to be able to move the ball and meet your needs, meet the needs that you feel like for these agencies.
Perfect. That's what I was trying to figure out when we were going to get into the weeds.
All right. We'll still give you 10 minutes. So.
I don't want to stand in the way of lunch. All right, so that is our.
Let me say something. This, I'll probably get vilified for saying this. The federal government has the right to print money. If they need money, they print money, right?
They do. Our office is across the street from the Richmond Fed, and I mean, their grass is pristine all year round.
I would like to be there.
We, as commissioners, have the ability to print money. Each year, we can decide what the millage rate is. If we need more money, we increase the millage rate. That's like printing money, basically. Has the same effect. And I just think to have fear that we go run out of money is just, we don't need to worry about that. We're not going to run out of money. We got a tremendous $20 billion base that we can put a millage rate on to get whatever money we need to do, whatever we need to do for this county. And I just think we just need to know that. I mean, we have that power. I'm for not using any more than we have to and be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. But I don't think we need, out of fear, to tax people today to meet the needs for tomorrow, which other people are going to enjoy.
I would agree with all of that. I mean, what we're talking about here is not planning out of a position of fear. It's coming from a position of strength.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I just want to add that, because sometimes people don't realize the ability that we have to deal with whatever the world gives us.
I think as the CFO, what I'm talking about too, and I didn't express it a while ago, is when we do the multi-year plan, that also allows commissioners to take a look at the tax rate and what it is, if they need to lower it, if we're in a good position, where we're doing the projects and we still got a healthy fund balance and we have the ability to lower the rate, we can do that. If we have to go up on the rate, we do that, whatever it is. But we want to come out on the other side of all the needs that the county has and the schools has. When we come out on the other side, we want to have a healthy fund balance that the rating agencies are looking at, that we feel good about, to stay AAA. Because they're going to question us as we go forward and go back to the rating agencies. As we start building stuff and fund balance starts going down, they're going to question. But we've got a plan. We're showing them a plan of all the projects we have to do. But we want to come out on the other side with a good fund balance, not excessive, and be able to do right by the taxpayer as we're doing all this other stuff. That's kind of where
I am confident. As long as you and Rick are around, we'll be there.
You Austin always gives me a hard time using sports metaphors. I mean, you are a championship football team. And so by virtue of coming out, you're AAA, you've won the championship, but you're still going to come back and play next season. And so this is really what we're talking about, is coming from a position of strength. You've got the championship, but you still want to come back and be perennial champions in that way. And so that's what we're talking about. I think, Mr. Smith, to your point, this is all coming from a position of strength, of how do we make sure we continue winning the way that you are from a financial standpoint, if that metaphor works the week after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll say one more thing.
Yep.
Jim Collins, in his book, Good to Great, talks about the tyranny of the or versus the genius of the and. The tyranny of the or is say, I can do either A or B. The genius of the and is, I can do A and B. We don't have to have the tyranny of the or. We either can't do what we need to do or whatever. We can do what we need to do and do it right. We can get the genius of the and here.
We agree. So again, what we're thinking about in terms of the capital planning process, our thought process at least, and this is up to the board and Rick and Chad and everybody, is really over the course of probably about the next 9 months or thereabouts. It's not going to get rolled out instantaneously, but we really want to understand from you as a board, what are the needs, where do those fit in the priorities? We need to understand the costs, certainly, and so start to lay that out year by year. And that probably takes, we have a time schedule at the back, that probably takes through the rest of winter, spring, summer. And so our thought process would be, we'd be back probably late in the calendar year with some of these results. I think, and Rick and others can correct me if I'm wrong, there's a facility study that's being talked about at some level. And so taking some of those concepts and results, that'll be important in terms of factoring that into the plan. But again, it is a playbook, and that's the design, is to go at it from a position of strength and give some transparency.
I'm just going to suggest that maybe that schedule will be sped up a little bit, because we've done a facility study 2 years ago, and so I think we have an idea of the projects. So I don't see that.
Yeah, some of them can't wait 9 months.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking 9 months to get there, so.
We will,
I hate that for the staff, but I think we've got enough, and they're aware of all the projects that we've talked about, so.
We work every day.
Yes.
You
hear about it every day.
We'll be able to, Kyle's giving us a little leeway, but he's a good man. He's
Are you trying to say you're in your zone?
Yeah.
That's for y'all.
But I think to that end, we'll do a little bit here on utilities and trying to keep on track for lunch. Obviously, utilities critically important to the growth. Major capital investments are required. You have a top-notch staff on the water and sewer side of things. And so the magnitude of those needs have been growing, and we don't want to be shy about incorporating those, because they are very important to the credit standing and to your ability to continue to do what you want to do in terms of growth. So they're all self-supporting, meaning not relying on any general fund support. That's critically important. We put in place a couple years ago a utility revenue bond program. So now when we go out and we borrow for water and sewer, we borrow for it on the revenues. The credit, or the collateral, if you will, is the revenues of the water and sewer system. That's a best practice. It also means that we save all of our, what we call tax-supported debt capacity, which is that whole prior section we were just talking about with the debt to assessed value and debt service to expenditures. We're able to save all of that capacity for county needs and other tax-supported needs. And so that's why the planning, again, on the water and sewer side is so important, to make sure that we can keep those systems in good financial shape, and the needs that need to be taken on for water and sewer can be borne by the water and sewer system. We do now, as you recall, have separate credit ratings for water and sewer. So we're AA2 from Moody's and AA plus from Standard & Poor's. Excellent credit ratings. Again, different than our general obligation credit ratings. But for a water and sewer system, these are excellent credit ratings. Last year we borrowed about $80 million for capital projects. That was a 30-year financing, so we typically borrow for a little bit longer time period because the assets that we're literally putting in the ground are going to last a very long time period. The all-in interest cost on that financing was about 396. So run it off, call it about 4% fixed rate for a 30-year time period for very long-lived assets. And so we're continuing to do that planning and are expecting another issuance of about the same size of revenue bonds in support of the water and sewer capital program in the spring into the summer. Our existing utility debt profile, again, separate and aside from the tax-supported side of things, it's about $390 million in principal outstanding. You see the payment structure. This is not a surprise. It does ramp up over the next several years. We as a county have gotten the benefit of a number of low-interest state loans of a very large magnitude, plus our utility revenue bond borrowing. So there's a very robust planning process. It's done. Wildan is your consultant on that side, working with us, working with Chandra and Kim, working obviously with Rick, Chad, and everybody. So there's a big team supporting the water and sewer side of things.
Excuse me, Kyle.
Sure.
Is it realistic to develop a strategy to improve that bond rating, or given our nature of our being, unrealistic?
It's realistic. It is realistic. We're going to be going through that process right now. The utility CIP that we haven't touched on in great detail here, it's substantial. And so there's a portion of that whereby the cash flows and the reserves, same as the general fund, are just as important. And so it is realistic. It's something I think we're going to be looking at over the next couple months. So we'll try and wrap up in terms of some key takeaways. You're in great shape. You're coming at things from a position of strength. So we won't repeat that, but for so often here. Bottom of the page, again, talking about that CIP. I think to the chairman's point, our timing is your timing. So if and when Rick and Chad and everybody say go and we get some of that information, we'll be there to support them and bring information back to you that would be helpful. So our thought process in terms of next steps, but obviously up to you as the decision makers. We're here today in February. I think importantly, we're planning on this water and sewer revenue bond issue probably in the springtime, coming back to you with an authorization, just like we did last year, and probably selling some bonds in the summer. We're still working that out with some of the Chandra and Kim, the LGC, et cetera, so we'll point that out. And then we may be in the market for GEOs later in the year. I'll defer to Chad and others on that. But I think aside from those, certainly thinking about that CIP planning process we think is important. So that's really what we have today. Again, just to wrap it up and saying congratulations on the AAA. It's very hard earned, but we appreciate being a part of that.
All right. Any questions for Kyle or Austin before we break for lunch?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. If not, we will take a break for lunch and come back at 1:15 to get an update on broadband. So back at 1:15. All right, we are back from lunch, and we will resume our planning session. And next up, we have Mr. Jeff Brooks, that they should be familiar with you. He's been with us off and on for 3-4 years now, talking about broadband, and he's going to give us an update on broadband. I will say, for many of us who have been here talking about broadband, I feel like it's one of the things that we have not moved down the field as much as we should, but I think we'll have some encouraging news today and start seeing some, I'll say significant, let's say more significant movement than we've seen in the past. So Jeff, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm glad that I did not wear jeans and cowboy boots looking at how nice everyone looks. I've been very fortunate and even blessed and even humbled to have been able to work with Johnston County for a number of years. And it was like I was talking to Rick just a minute ago. It's just nice. I've been to 87 county seats in the past, I guess, 653 days that I've been a state employee, and been fortunate enough to do 42 board presentations. And seeing all your faces, it's great. I mean, it just really makes me feel happy to be here. So thank you for having me. It's quite the honor. Evidently, I'm supposed to talk about broadband, so I will do that. So my responsibilities are for the development and the management of 3 broadband programs, but I'm happy to talk about other programs as well. I'm specifically responsible for the Completing Access to Broadband program, the Stopgap program, the Broadband Pole Replacement program. And 2 of those 3 programs, the CAB program and the Stopgap program, have direct applicability to the county. I know that you guys have been intimately involved in negotiations and completion of the contracts for the current GREAT grant. As you may know or recall, the GREAT grant programs were legislatively prescribed. In other words, the General Assembly in the legislation laid out the scoring criteria for the GREAT grant. There was limited involvement by each county in terms of the development of that program. It is the oldest statewide grant program in the country, started back in 2018, 2019, but it was infused with a significant amount of funding from the ARPA funds back in 2021, 2022. I believe it's a total of $941 million in ARPA funding were devoted at the state level to the GREAT program. Again, the highest amount in the country. The state put another $30 million into the GREAT programs. So since then, all $380 million have been awarded, and since these programs are sequential, we're now working on the CAB program. CAB was in 2 parts. The first part was called CAB to GREAT. It allowed for the identification of certain counties that had qualified GREAT grant projects that were proposed. The highest scoring unfunded GREAT grant project, all these GRs are running together, in that county could be resubmitted and re-examined to be funded from CAB funds, which are safely stored, as you know, in the back of my Fiat, because I can't give you my real car, as we've talked about before. So I've got $590 million for these 3 funds in the back of my Fiat. So I believe that there were 26 projects that were identified, and 15 of those have been awarded. So for each of those scenarios, those funds were judged or adjudicated under the GREAT program, but the funds came from the CAB program. I have a total of $400 million in CAB funding. I think it's now down to about $360, $365. Of that, I have to commit $213 million because they're ARPA funded by the end of this calendar year, and then the 187 in following years. So what we've done since I came here is get in the car and drive and go, as I said, to 87 county seats. My team has been to the other 13 counties, and I will get there. But what was important to me is, in beginning with this blank sheet of paper to design these programs, was to get your input. Because I believe broadband is, this board has heard me say, is a very local thing. It's not a statewide thing. It's not a federal thing. It needs to happen in Smithfield. It needs to happen in Johnston County. So by getting this input, I kept hearing over and over and over, even though this is a state procurement, can we have some input? And the answer is obviously going to be a resounding yes. So in terms of where we are with CAB today, it's been, I don't know, I guess about a year behind schedule. And this mostly has to do with discussions between the Department of Information Technology and Department of Treasury in terms of the appropriate usage of ARPA dollars for broadband. Early on, there was a discussion relative to who would own the assets that would be partially funded by these grants. And that went back and forth, and then there's some other little nuances that were discussed. They were finally resolved. We were able to move forward with awarding the GREAT grants, and now with all those out, we're now in a CAB scenario. The next piece of this that was most important to me was in examining the GREAT grant process. I compared it to what I had to do in other states in my prior life to win statewide grants or to win federal grants, both Reconnect and RDOF grants. What I noticed is there was a significant level of due diligence in those other states and the federal level that I thought might be a little bit lacking here. And it made sense because when the GREAT grant program started, the maximum grant in a county was $2 million. Now it's obviously much, much higher. It's $4 million for GREAT, $8 million for CAB. But the other component here, and this especially applies to Johnston County, is that there's also a higher match level required. So I'm thinking in terms of the fact that I need to be a good steward of, well, I was going to say my money, but it's your money as taxpayers, but I also need to be a good steward of your money as well, which meant to me it made a lot of sense to increase the level of due diligence for people that might be applying to win these grants. We put together a program and it came out, it was introduced July 1st of last year. It should have been called an RFQ. The procurement folks, that's a whole nother thing for me to learn about being in the government, is the procurement department or whatever. They called it an RFP. Nevertheless, we put this document out. Any entity that wanted to participate in the state of North Carolina to earn grant funding for broadband programs had to be qualified and awarded a state convenience contract. So we gave these providers 6 weeks to respond. We gave them a form, and the form actually was controlled in terms of the amount of information that could be placed in it. In the GREAT grant process, we received 305 applications in. I'm going to give you a sort of an example of what happened here. The scorers had to read every page of every application that came in, and there might be 2, 3, 4, 5 reviewers for those applications. Some of those applications were well over 100 pages long. So every page has to be read and annotated. There were 211 protests of those applications. Every page of the protest had to be read and annotated, and then back to the original application. I thought there's got to be an easier way than that. So the idea was, in terms of this pre-qualification process, let's get very detailed. Let's ask the questions that are important to all of us in terms of decision making. Then, when actual bid responses come in, my focus is specifically phrased in this way. I don't care, Mr. and Ms. Service Provider, what you're doing in Wake County. I don't care what you're doing in Cumberland, Nashua, Harnett. I want to know, what are you going to do in Johnston County? That's all I care about. Don't copy and paste off your website. Don't send me marketing slicks and materials. Tell me what you're going to do in this county, because it's local. It's what counts here. To give you a brief overview, because I've got hours and hours, it looks like, looking at the clock, so I actually will make this brief, but to give you an idea of some of the information that we're looking at, we asked for 3 years of financial statements. Way, 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 way back in the day, before many of you were born, I actually practiced as a CPA, so I kind of think about these things. So you can't fake financial statements. Now, I don't care if they come in, they're audited, they're compiled, they're reviewed. I don't care if you pop them out of QuickBooks or Sage. Doesn't matter. The statements will stand on their own, and there's certain proofs you can run against these statements to ensure that they're okay. So we had 3 years of financial statements. We asked for 2 consecutive months of bank statements across 3 years. So a total of 6 bank statements. Show me your payroll tax deposits. Show me your payroll expenditures. Show me where you've collected organically billed revenues from subscribers. I don't care if it's IPPay, authorized.net, don't care if it's RDC, remote deposit capture. I want to see those things. We've seen some instances where people send in bank statements, and I didn't think this happened anymore. You could actually see that they were kiting checks. So they'd write a check from one account to another to a third, and a third back to the first. Because they sent the detail in. We said, that's probably not a good thing to see. But we see these things. We asked, who are your contacts with phone number, with email for your banking relationships? For your non-banking relationships where you're saying that they're going to provide financing. Because it's important to remember, all of our programs are reimbursement programs. You have to be able to fund your startup costs, be it $500,000, $1 million, whatever, before you can ask for reimbursement. And while you're waiting for your reimbursement, you have to continue to fund your construction process in order to make sure that you complete your build out in 24 months. I see the guys at the back are really excited about this. Sorry I'm boring you guys back there, but anyway, be that as it may. So we wanted to look at this stuff. We asked for debt schedules. We asked questions about whether you'd ever defaulted on a government-funded broadband grant program. We want to know these things. We want to know what's going on. We asked for credit references because we're looking for competence, capacity, and capability in 3 areas. Financial, that I just addressed, is one of those. Also operational and technical. So from an operational perspective, tell me about your billing and operational support system. Do you actually have a BOSS system, is what it's called, that allows you to provision and handle MAC, moves, adds, changes, disconnects for your customers in a timely manner? Are you protecting subscriber information, of course, with what's called CP&I, which was a telecom established acronym, means customer proprietary number information. Penalties are set by federal law for traditional telephone services. They're pretty severe if you don't adhere to those standards. But we want to know, are you protecting subscriber information? Equally important, apart from information about my connection to the internet, my IP address, whatever it might be, over here, are you protecting my payment information? You're protecting my social security number. Talk to me about what's called TII and PII, taxpayer identifiable information and private personal identifiable information. I'll get the acronyms right. Technically, give me a broad overview of how you design a system, especially focused on a grant-based system in North Carolina. Tell me about your overall topology and technology. Are you using the Star Trek 8000, the Star Blaster 3200? Give me a little overview of that. I want to see if you're competent in terms of the lingo, in terms of the equipment. Are you trying to blow a little smoke? So let's talk through now the initial design and engineering process, what you do on the desktop. You shift to where you're doing your outside plant work, your OSP work. So now you're moving to deployment. Talk about path and permitting, make ready. How do you build it? How do you bring it online? And how do you secure that network? Especially not just physical cuts, but also in terms of logical issues with the network. Most often you'll see DDoS attacks. We're starting to see these in North Carolina. That happens when malicious servers just flood networks with irrelevant traffic, and what it means is you and I can't make phone calls or watch our streams on Netflix. So we're asking all of these questions because whenever we begin to walk through the CAB process, we now have this information in front of us. Any questions so far? Everybody excited?
So,
yes, sir.
I know we only have about 15 minutes left. Could you, get to what's going on in Johnston County and what is coming up that we should have on our radar to look at?
I'll tell you right this second.
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat everything you said before?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, I gave my gavel away.
He said I can't. He's going to shut me down.
You can watch it on our live stream playback on YouTube.
There's so much information there, I'm going to have to rewatch it.
But if we could.
I'll come see you in person.
I know you will.
So there are 2 programs, there are 3 programs that potentially impact Johnston County. The first one is the CAB program, the Completing Access to Broadband program. In that process, I think it's important to quickly identify the key steps to know where you're involved. So the first thing we do is I have a conversation with you guys about it. We've met before. I've talked to Rick about it. We understand what's going on. You've completed a county, or you will complete probably a county commitment form that suggests, you're not bound to it, the amount of money that the county might be willing to commit to a CAB project. We will schedule a GIS review with Rick and anybody that you want to bring to the meeting to make sure there's a clear understanding for anybody involved with these processes in the county of what constitutes an eligible address within the county. Because unlike in past programs where it was all done by census blocks, we're all focusing on eligible addresses. And those addresses, in terms of eligibility, relate to the speed that's available to the end user at their address. Availability refers to the ability of someone to call up a provider and say, I need internet service, and that provider can deliver the service to them within 10 days at no charge. The next piece of this project, of the process for Johnston County, will be to meet with you and whoever else you want and talk about how we prioritize areas within the county. Because you guys have a sophisticated GIS department, there's guidance that's on the internet at our website that tells the format we'd like to get it in. So you'll bring that to us. I'll give you an example. In McDowell County, Ashley Wooten says, we'd like to cover areas around schools. In Beaufort County, Brian Alligood says, I'd like to cover areas around the large farms. So we work with each county to convert this into GIS understandable information. What's going to happen then is we will bring back the standard scope of work, because it is a template, with your priorities within that scope of work. Review it. We'll review it with Rick. The last step is he's going to tell me who else is on the county evaluation team. So it's myself, another person from my team, the county manager, and one other county employee. We put the bid out 45 days before a due date. The first 10 days that the bid goes up, there's also a map of Johnston County going up in terms of eligible addresses. Providers have 10 days to dispute those addresses to say, hey, you know what, we provide service, take it off the list. We'll take 5 days and adjudicate that. If their protest is valid, we'll take it off the list. But after that 10 days, all the other addresses are in play. 35 more days for them to complete their response. We get the responses in, bid closes, we open it up, we make sure we have all the documents we request. If we don't have them all, we go back to the provider, give them a period of time to respond to us. As soon as we have the responses, I give 100% of what we receive to Rick. And of course, he can extend that to the other person on the evaluation team. In addition to that, except for financial statements and bank statements, I also give him 100% of all the information we received in the pre-qualification process. So we're not only evaluating the proposals, we're also evaluating the proposer. So I would say that he gets about 90% of the information that we have. He can turn around, our general counsel will define this, and he can disclose a subset of that to each of you for your review, and perhaps also outside of elected leadership or senior staff members. But our general counsel will determine what's available to be distributed or not. At that point, we sit down and have a meeting. So it's myself, one other person, Rick, one other person. Our responsibility is to help make a decision on what it represents best value for the county. It's a state procurement. I am not making the decision unless the decision was A, going to be a bad decision, or B, could result in the selection of a provider that is a quote-unquote bad actor in terms of that entity. So my goal is that the county makes the decision. We're there to be subject matter experts to help guide through those components of financial, operational, and technical competence, capacity, and capability. Once that decision is made, I think we get a moderator sitting in the room with us, whether it's virtual or in person, to kind of guide the conversation. Also, you can say, hey, it's transparent because there's a third party looking in. Once the decision has been made, comes back into DIT, I meet with my boss and our general counsel. We sign off on it, no issues, no problems. It then goes to Nate Denny, who's our deputy secretary. He is the official person to sign off on it. Then it goes into the wonderful world of procurement. Now, the procurement folks at DIT are used to buying servers and software and laptops, so this is a whole different world for them. It's extraordinarily unlikely that anyone on the procurement team could torpedo or screw up the county's decision. So it goes through procurement, signed off on, we go to the provider, we're going to award it. Do you want it? Yes, we do. Come back to you. You want it? Good to go. We contract it out. At that point, I don't know what the verbiage is, but we bill the county for its share of the matching funds. And at that point, it then works just like a great grant. It's 2 years. We monitor it. We manage it. We're doing additional risk analysis as the award is made. So depending upon who wins the award, it could be, hey, report to us every quarter. We do a site visit every 6 months. Could be we come see you every 2 weeks. Site visit, we want to see what's going on. But we do monitor and manage it for 2 years. They have to provide the service for 3 years after that. So in addition to that, behind that, there is the stopgap program. The stopgap program does not require any county funding whatsoever. What will happen is once all the GRATE and the CAB awards are in place, we'll identify the remaining eligible addresses, and we're looking for those locations, kind of like Mr. Taylor was in old board meetings, where maybe your citizens come up and they say, hey, I've got no internet service, what are you doing about it? This is what we do about it. We get 50 inquiries a month that come from the legislature, the governor's office, sometimes congressional offices. We call them back in 24 hours. We talk to them about their issues. We email them back as well, and we keep track of all this. But when we email, we say, hey, Mr. and Ms. Doe, I see, appreciate you calling us about, internet issues that you have in Johnston County. I want to let you know that Mr. Rick Hester, your county manager, and your elected leadership are actively engaged with our office on resolving these issues. And as I've said before, for all but 2 counties in our state, that's true. For 2 counties, it's a misrepresentation, I think. But be that as it may, he gets copied on that because it's important to us that the county resident understands that local leadership is actively engaged in this and that we don't get these calls like we used to get. Because, well, my county board didn't do anything. Well, yeah, they are. You just don't see it. So with Stopgap, we'll look to identify those locations. And even though county engagement is not required, I won't do a Stopgap project unless I talk to Rick and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. Because there are going to be multiple projects within the county. But think about people that come and they say, hey, I can see the fiber. I call the provider. They say it's going to be $100,000 to hook us up. There might be 2, 3, 4 homes there. And I don't know if anybody wants to pay that for a hookup. We're willing to, we'll bid it out. Our plan is we'll pay 85% of that cost. The provider pays 15% of it. And the idea is we just keep going through the state, making rounds. I want to get every county that I can. So probably 4 or 5 rounds, and then we'll begin to focus on value-added areas where maybe it's better to come here than it is to go there. That's how Stopgap works.
Hey, so Jeff, I know we only have about 5 minutes left, but so we've got the CAB program that we need to complete some sort of commitment form for. And as part of that, we will determine the areas that we need to work through your team to get that. And then the Stopgap may not be originated by us, but it will come to Rick at least to start with. And so can you give us a little bit of detail on how do we decide on the areas that we want to serve? I know we've had some studies done, we've had some groups through the Greater Grant come and say we want to serve this area, but how do we come to a decision on areas that we want to serve? I know Commissioner Godwin needs some at his place, but how do we get to that decision?
Well, I have his address highlighted, so there's no doubt there because he's told me that for 4 years now. So.
He's moving, so don't worry.
And I do want to take 2 minutes to talk about the BEAD program, but to answer your specific question, and I've shared this before, but I can reshare it. There are several links that are of value on our internet site. But the most important location is to go to North Carolina One Map, and I believe it's North Carolina One Map /broadband, but I'll resend that around. And if you scroll down that page, there is in the middle, it says the screen reads CAB Planning Tool. You can click on View, and you can put any address in the state into that device, and it will show you, or into that screen, it will show you whether that address is considered to be eligible or not. What we do is we actually back out a little bit and we look at the county. When we look at the county, you're able to see all of the addresses which are considered to be eligible for grants. And then those addresses are actually segregated in these small geographic units called hex bins, which I think represent about a 1/4 mile across. The different colors of the hex bins represent the percentage of addresses in that particular hex bin that are unserved. So at a glance, when you look at the colors, you're going to say, oh, that's purple. More addresses are unserved within that hex bin than maybe this other location. So we'll walk through all of that in the GIS meeting, answer all the questions. Again, if we don't know it, we'll track it down. I'll send links to all of you that share with you that address. In addition, I will print out, well, I think I handed this out at the last meeting. No, I don't know that I did. I will print out a sheet for Johnston County that actually shows you on a single page the location of these addresses. I mean, they kind of run together a little bit, but you can see it, as well as the count of unserved addresses within the county.
Okay.
So finally, in terms of BEAD, our state is going to get about $1.57 billion with the BEAD dollars in BEAD funding, which is broadband equity and something. I'm not sure exactly what it means. About $1.3 billion of that is going to broadband infrastructure funding. That funding is originally set out by the legislature to be GREAT, CAB, and Stopgap. GREAT is considered to be incompatible with the BEAD funding guidelines, so it's probably going to be CAB and Stopgap. So again, with $1.345 billion coming in, that money will start to come into counties after we've exhausted the current $400 million that's in CAB. So again, my maximum CAB amount grant is $8 million per county per fiscal year. So it's going to reset on July the 1st, and another $8 million will be available per county for CAB projects after the close of the fiscal year, which is July 30th is when it closes.
What's the matching on the CAB grant?
35% for Johnston County.
Okay.
So I would say that BEAD funds start to be available, I want to say probably toward the end of 2025. That's probably when we've exhausted CAB. Any questions?
I ask one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Jeff, on that 35% match for counties, do you see that possibly changing?
I'd like to turn this off.
Maybe. Possibly, maybe.
I will say that the ACC, the Association of County Managers, and some other entities have approached the legislature to make changes. If you look out, I can say this with a high degree of confidence, having won federal grants. In our state, in the past, for direct federal grants out of Reconnect and RDOF, there's been no county match required. The county match, I mean, the match generally comes from the provider and the government. So that would be what I would think you would look at in the future.
On the, along I-95, 74 corridor, I-40, I see these companies putting this cable in, and it's always 1.25 inches. And they put these boxes in, but they're not putting any cable in them. They say, and it's some federal program, I guess, but it is for broadband. I'm just wondering, do you know anything about that, how that's supposed to tie in with?
Yes, sir. So there is a project in North Carolina where the DOT is working in cooperation with other entities to make these major corridors fiber ready for backbone. So by placing the conduit in, and sometimes it's actually larger conduit than that, they're preparing to allow, different owners of fiber assets to be able to bring their fiber in. So you're not having to do the initial surveys, you're not having to do any path work, you're not having to do any in-ground make-ready work. It's ready to go. You just need to bring your fiber in and then connect it at each end. So it certainly will speed the deployment. That's primarily for backbone fiber, as opposed to, you think about backbone fibers like interstate highways, distribution fibers, very similar like, like Highway 42 or Highway 70, and lateral fibers are like fibers sort of like think about secondary roads or tertiary roads, things like that. So the backbone carries the vast amount of traffic, and by building more of the backbone fiber, make it easier to bring that into place. You're taking a lot of the cost out of the construction and allowing providers to bring those dollars to bear on actually getting broadband off the backbone and out to everybody's address.
All that work is expensive, I'm sure, as all this other, but what do you think is the chances of something like Starlink making all this obsolete in a few years?
It's funny, I get asked this question in many different contexts. I think Starlink is a great service where it meets the needs of people that might otherwise be challenged. But the federal government and the state government has established terrestrial fiber as being preferred. So to the extent that a service provider could be risking, from a cash flow perspective, opportunities that they assume their take rate is going to be at a certain level, and they lose that take rate out to a competitor such as a Starlink. Just because I build fiber down the road and I'm looking for a minimum of 6 homes per route mile, which is kind of the standard, if you do the math in your head, that's worth about $4,300 a year. So they need to get full participation just to get that number. So if I'm building and I think my take rate is going to be 50%, I may end up in the red on that because Starlink or some other technology, some other fixed wireless technology took that. So I think that Starlink is a viable alternative. I'm not sure that over the next few years it's going to represent a widespread competitor to a fiber-based deployment across the county.
Good. Any other questions?
I'm glad you mentioned that 6 residents per mile. I was wondering what the magic number might be as a break-even point.
Yes, sir. It's generally considered to be 6 residences, and I bring that up because a lot of times people say, well, these people they're sucking all the money out. They're getting all this free money. And it's not quite so. The O&M components, the operations and maintenance components for a fiber network, 7 to 13% per year to maintain fiber. Your internet service provider is probably going to pay $5 to $7 a month for customer support. They'll probably pay $5 to $7 a month to buy the internet to deliver to you. So you add in the truck, the fact they're paying for the equipment, to install your house, which might be $500 to $1,000. Today they're paying for the drop from the location to your house. Now BEAD will pay for the drop in the future. But right now they're paying for that because it's 10 days at no charge. So yeah, there's just costs there sometimes people don't appreciate.
Anything else for Jeff? All right, Jeff, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your update, and I think Tony said a lot of information there to digest, but thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. My pleasure. I'm glad I could come here and see you guys.
Yeah. And next up, we are going to move on to progress on last year's priorities, and Neil Emery's going to lead us up on that. Excuse me.
Good to see you. Thank you. If you can just give me a minute, we're going to pull up slides, but before we do, I'm just going to touch base on what our intent is for the rest of the day. Commissioner Braswell said he was leaving when I got up here, and there he goes out the door. No.
I ain't going to tell you what the rest he said, why he was leaving. Yeah.
He said he had heard enough out of me.
Yeah, 18 years.
Thanks, Jeff.
But no, we, again, appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Like Amy has said, and we look forward to these sessions. And we got 3 priorities here moving forward. First, we want to revisit. We did that this morning, but we're going to more in detail revisit your priorities. And we've got screenshots of the things that were identified last year, and just talk a little more in depth about where we're at with those. Second, we're going to look at the survey results. We appreciate y'all filling out those surveys. We're going to revisit those and talk a bit about that. And then finally, our task is to identify those items that we're going to talk about tomorrow in more detail. Jump in anytime, help me anytime. You may hear us asking some questions about clarification on some issues. So we appreciate that at any time to help us in developing your vision. And we talk about vision for the county, and I think it was mentioned earlier about planning for 50 years ahead. The challenge you have, and someone outside looking in, is who's going to be in Johnston County in 50 years? 40% of your residents were. I found it interesting. 40% of your residents were not born in North Carolina. Well, let's say they weren't born in Johnston County. Where's that moving forward? And I think North Carolina as a whole. So who's going to be here in 50 years? And what level of service are they going to require? And what do they expect? The other thing that Denise showed on her slide was all those young people leaving. The question is, are they coming back, or is that different young people looking for a first home? And they think they can afford it in Johnston County, so they're starting their life as an adult in Johnston County. So that's a key element too, is how many. I used to, when I'd speak to classes in Harnett, I'd always ask, how many of you were born in Harnett County? Give me a few hands, but then you ask how many of your parents were. And it was amazing how few. And you're going to see that trend continue. And as you all know, the people who aren't from here have a different requirement of services and what they expect and what they want. Plus, you're getting more and more of a metropolitan flavor of people that are coming out of Wake County, and they're used to a different level of governmental services. So those are all things to be mindful of as we talk about these issues. And we're going to talk about those prior ones. We're going to touch on each one of them. And again, if you see something in there that you want to point out, let's talk about that now, what we talked about last year. Some of these may repeat themselves in the coming discussion tomorrow, but it may be at a different level. So this is the point of this, is to try to clarify where are we at now in comparison to where we were at last year, so we can take that conversation forward. The first, water and sewer regionalization. One of my first questions there is, what's regional? Have you defined what is a region? Is it outside the county or is it internally with your municipalities? I heard Commissioner Smith talk about wanting to maintain the independence of your water and sewer system and controlling your system in some way. So what is your region? Do y'all envision a system that goes outside the county boundaries, or that much remains in the county?
I think initially to start, we're looking at Johnston County.
Yeah.
I mean, that's municipalities within Johnston County and the county itself.
And that,
but we don't know what it will be, what it will transpire into.
because the trade-offs of going outside the county is in that goes back to that control. You know,
Exactly.
who controls the future and who controls your destiny? Is it people of Johnston County, or is it a larger area? So that's a key question when you go back to this issue you talked about as a priority, is that regionalization, and what is the definition of it? And one of the things noted last year was expand focus beyond county. Of course, there's other issues there like interconnectivity with other systems, transfer of service between counties. That don't mean that you absorb each other, but really that you are interconnected. And then determine out-of-county opportunities. These were topics all talked about last year, and governance options, pros and cons. So in this last year, what has occurred with these items? Has the ball moved down the field, or are we still waiting to define some of these things? Or
So I think the ball's moved down the field. We've had several months with conversations, and as Commissioner Braswell said, you know, we have, I think the first step will be intra-county, if that's a word, intra-county with the towns.
Yeah.
And I think the towns, the same question you ask us, they're asking themselves, do we want to be part of something larger? Is that a county, and I'll say Johnston County system, is it an authority?
Mm-hmm.
So I think all of those governance options, we're looking at those. We're in the second phase of our study on regionalization and what that looks like, which basically was collecting financial information from the towns on theirs. So the first step is intra-county. The other piece of that is outside the county. We've had conversations with at least the county to our south, Harnett, about what does that look like, because as Commissioner Smith said, you know, we have one source, one precious source, and that's the Neuse River, where we're looking at our water coming from, and except through interlocal agreements we may have with Harnett County now.
those talks were going on
25
years ago.
Yeah. It's been
I've
going
been
on
in a few of those.
So I think that's, you know, we're moving down the field. We're still trying to identify, you know, what things may work and are the lowest hanging fruit to do that. We have some towns who are more interested in doing something sooner. Some still want to evaluate where they're going to be. And again, but I do think we have some partners outside the county. There's some opportunities there that we probably need to look at down the road, because, you know, relying on the Neuse River, there's resiliency issues there. If something were to happen, what does that mean for Johnston County? And again, the governance piece, if we look at outside the county, we too will be looking at, okay, we won't have 100% control of what we do.
And I guess you got to look at allocation of the Neuse Basin and how much it can take. And,
yes.
And all that goes with that.
Yeah.
And interbasin transfer and
Right.
Yeah. All
That's
those
a big
things
number.
factor in.
The
So,
IBTs are a big factor.
yeah.
But as far as this one, it's moving.
Yes.
It's just due diligence. It's ongoing. Going to take more discussion.
Yes.
But one that still there, and still feel like everybody agreement that it's still moving, and still one that.
I think we've made tremendous progress.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we
year.
have. Yeah, we have too. And
I noticed you mentioned the municipalities, and that's a big hurdle.
Well,
yeah.
Having lived
being
that,
able to
that
meet
is
with
a
all
hurdle.
of them, being able to meet with all of them and having a dialogue is very important. And we're coming up on our 6th or 7th meeting.
I heard one of the mayors say just this week that he was pleased with the cooperation headed in that direction from all the towns.
Well, and then when you look at it, it's mutually beneficial to everyone.
Right.
But just getting to that point can be difficult. And things change. Regs have changed, and a lot of your smaller units just can't afford to keep up with the regs. So coming together, you're stronger. So
Yeah, and I do want to add, I know Chandra, our utilities director, says this, we already have a regional system through interlocal agreements, and I know we have, the Tim Broom facility, which I think is currently 14 million gallons, and I think at 25 will be up to 18 there.
Yeah.
And then we also have City of Raleigh, Smithfield, Benson, Harnett County, Wayne, some of their water districts, City of Wilson, Sampson County. So between those, today we have about 25 million gallons available, and then in a year or so we will have almost 29.
That's potential.
Yeah.
Well, and that
if everybody's got a drought, it may change.
Well, I mean, if we all have a drought, I think our usage is a little over 13 million. So if we all have a drought, there'll be things placed by everybody to conserve. So yeah.
Well, hopefully we're getting beyond those days where 2 each lines met at the county line.
Yes.
And that takes a lot of coordination and a lot of effort. And you're right, that becomes a regional system in itself.
Yeah, so I think that's 7.
Okay.
In my quick count, that's like 7 other entities we have agreements with.
So this one, it's stay the course, just more time, more data.
I think so.
What it would look like. And then the second part of that may be after you take that first step before the.
Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit over, but I think we got to get the intra-county stuff kind of taken care of.
Okay. The next, I went too fast. Land use, the conversation this morning, you talked about accomplishments and that comprehensive land use plan, which is a big, big step. But of course, from that then comes updating all that goes with that. The development of those ordinances and policies that would come, but what do you see? Do you has it been developed? What are the priorities in that regard about what ordinances come next? What are the next? Is there a schedule, or is there a? Has the board set a schedule
that we're having issues with? But we have sent out an RFQ. I think we have got no interest in that so far. So if there's folks out there who would like to do the ordinance update for Johnston County and are well qualified, we're looking for some. But that's been a snag is with all the the federal funding and all the towns doing the same thing at the same time. Just the availability of consultants to help with that ordinance update has been a struggle for us to get interest because people just don't have the capacity to do anymore. So we're working on trying to get somebody in that arena that we can count on and do a quality plan for us. But it is, as I think Commissioner Godwin said this morning, it is the next big piece, and that's where the teeth of.
And it's such a major undertaking because.
Oh yeah.
And we're all waiting to see what the General Assembly might do with ETJs, and if anything comes down the road and the implications
some things
there.
outside our control that we're at the mercy of others to how that goes. So.
That's one of those I told some kid, I said, be careful what you wish for, the ETJ. So those ordinances on track, but still just getting the resources in play to move that forward, to move that process forward. Transportation, and this again comes from someone looking in. If any county is interested in transportation needs, Johnston County is right high on the top of the list.
Yeah. So we have made progress on that one. Our consultant update is at our last meeting, so we are on our way. We also have the Campo has almost completed, and I think we actually received our update from them early. I think they're in the process of going around and updating all the local governments within the Campo region, but we are in progress. I don't remember the schedule we had for completion of that, but I was thinking that would be this year, maybe this fall, but I think that's underway. Maybe it's this year, let's say a year.
Yeah, the consultant is underway. He's working.
Yeah, so we are making progress on that, as well as on the micro transit piece. We're looking at expanding that through our JCATS program. So I think we're making progress on that, and I think as our consultant explained to us at last time, as we're seeing this development, and I think Commissioner Godwin brought it up, is, we're not in business of building roads, but we are in the planning business, and we want to have those facilities online, not just for funding, but for developments that come in, that we have a transportation plan that when they come in and say, okay, this is what we have planned here as far as the type of roadway that we want, so.
And you have two challenges. You've got the major artery challenge, but then you've got those, what I call them, the old farm to market roads that now are carrying traffic for hundreds of thousands of people, and they were designed for just that, farm to market roads.
Yeah. And I think that was for our transportation plan, the comprehensive transportation plan update, is that piece of how do we get around in Johnston County.
In the county.
Yeah,
yeah.
In the county, yeah. DOT does a great job figuring out, how to get us around and from place to place and widening interstates and all that stuff. So we're going to focus more on the inter-county.
Yeah, we can get out of the county, we just need to move within the county.
Within the county. Because I know we've had some counties now get more active in approaching DOT about trying to get themselves up on the priorities of what's needed. But that, y'all are more internally moving people through those arteries.
Yeah.
That fair?
And we have active participation in Campo and the Upper Coastal Plain RPO.
The other on that is just the fact of staffing levels and to be able to meet these needs, whether it be ordinances or all that goes with it. I don't know about you, but a lot of counties are facing the challenge of retention of employees. Sounds like y'all are doing a pretty good job of that.
I think we're good on the retention, but we're looking for a senior planner for our planning department and also a staff level. So if there's anybody out there watching that may be qualified for those positions, contact Braston Newton. Actually, Paulette Williams, our HR director. But we were advertising for those, so we're trying to fill those positions. Again, as the reference to the Appalachian Trail that Kevin Leonard talked about, is we'd like to have our planning director looking up and out rather than having to look at individual plans that are coming in and reviewing those. So I think that was the ultimate goal there.
Well, and that's staffing's even changed even more this year with the demand, and as we said for years, it was an employer market. Now it's an employee market. They're driving the market now, and we see that from planners to finance officers to especially in the areas of emergency services, paramedics and detention officers and all that go with it. So
I will tell you, you have farmland preservation up there again, the PUV and the funding that transferring that to farmland, and then I think we're looking into another option to try to do that as well.
So I want to understand your policy on the. Now you're taking, if it's present use and people have to go back and pay that 3 years, y'all putting that in a fund to purchase or to buy the rights, development rights or whatever comes.
Yeah, whatever combination that is, yeah.
Okay. And so you're looking at other things, possibilities?
Yeah, so our soil and water conservation are looking at the grants to do the conservation, the permanent easements. They're working with that. We have, Triangle Land Conservancy we worked with over the years that, are looking at, in addition to other things than farmland, but looking at farmland preservation as well. So there's, we have matching dollars there. And then, the third thing we're looking at is just another option that I don't want to say too much right now. Okay. We're looking at another option I think would be unique.
Well, it sounds like y'all are trying to find the middle ground, because there's some people, government has no business in property rights versus, yes, we got to protect the integrity of our community and trying to find that balance.
Yeah. I mentioned this morning that in the Department of Agriculture's Farmland Preservation Committee, in this last round of grants, they identified about 12,000 acres. It was about 20 different parcels, and I think 2 of them was in Johnston County. So we're getting a piece of it.
Yeah, I'll just say we're very fortunate to have the folks in our Ag Extension Office and our Soil and Water Conservation that are a big help in doing that and helping us get down the road further on that. So.
Well, each county has to look at themselves, because until I started traveling down more east, just didn't realize what farming meant in Harnett and Johnston versus Hyde. I was down there visiting a commissioner in Chowan, and I said, well, how much land do you farm? Well, me and my brothers got about 5,900 acres. I'm like, whoa. He said, I got 300 acres of pumpkins. Wow. He said, we're trying pumpkins this year. I thought, now that's real farming when you get down there. And I think Hyde County has the farm that's owned by the Italian corporation. It's like 8,900. So we were looking at those numbers about farms. It maybe say that sometimes large farms can impact those numbers when you're looking at it statewide. But there's some change, and every county has to look at themselves, because then you go to the mountains and you got small parcels and tree farms and everything that goes with it. But farmland preservation, other ideas, but that remains. I can't remember. Did you have the planned property use last year? Was that established, or was that something you got?
We established it last year.
Last year. So you have gotten that in place, and looking at other ideas. And that. So anything else in land use and transportation planning and farmland preservation from last year? And we'll be talking about your priorities going forward here in a few minutes. A lot of time spent here in your financial planning about county facilities. Several factors. One that I remember the discussion last year about moving some of these projects forward, planning for the future, design and configuration of services. This is a moving target, as we all know. Who would have thought before the pandemic that counties would be talking about remote work and people working from home, and I can tell you there's a mixed bag out there. Some counties swear by it, and some counties don't believe in it at all, and there's a lot of counties in the middle. So that changes facility planning. You're so far ahead of so many counties, and you got that AAA bond rating, gives you a flexibility and your ability to deal with that. So with that, where are you at? I know there was some talk, Commissioner Braswell was talking about DSS, I remember last year. But I know you've got your law enforcement center, you've got schools, you've always got a school under construction. And we'll continue to, but as far as that overall plan, and I think you were earlier talking about the development, is that a revision of your capital improvement plan, facility plan? Or is that sort of a new undertaking?
This would be a new undertaking, and so there's been a lot of progress made on this since we had this discussion 12 months ago. It's not moving as fast as we'd like to see it, but it is certainly moving forward. And the next steps are to do an overall master plan.
Okay.
To look at the inclusion, because a lot of things have changed. Commissioner Braswell mentioned the DSS building, but we've also identified the fact that there's going to be a need for a new health department because of the ongoing increased pace of patients that we just can't accommodate in the local facility. We looked at doing an addition on that. It's just not cost effective, and it's landlocked in that area, so we'll be looking at a new location for that. There's a logistics warehouse need. There's a lot of needs that we'll be getting down into the weeds on once we get this overall master plan completed, and I think that's sort of the next step in this process. But the land acquisition and those portions of it just takes time.
Yeah, it's a moving target, and things change. Just like we were talking about how the pandemic changed workplaces, and it's changing how counties look at workplaces now, about flexibility and offices, and a lot of counties are going to having one big office for the building inspectors because all the technology they have out in the field. Is there any reason to have them come in the office? Can he be sitting right there in the car? I'm not saying what y'all do, but I'm just saying there's a lot of factors out there, and things change. But having that plan is key and ties into your financial planning as well, I think, of knowing where your needs are. The other thing, and I like capital improvement planning, is the best time in the county to build anything is when the economy's bad, is having those projects in your back pocket when things turn sour. You have the viability to move that project forward, and with your fund balance, you're good to go on that one. But having the plans in place allows you to do that when those times come. Right now there's much money out there. It's hard to get bids and things or whatever because there's so much money in the marketplace. So fast tracking those, moving that forward, capital improvement plan, tying into the AAA bond rating, and moving that forward. As part of that too, though, I think the issue, and this may be one when we talk about moving forward is how do you link the school system into that capital improvement planning? What stage should they slide in there as well? Because they're your biggest capital expenditure.
Yeah.
You have to set your priorities for the county, but then you can't. It's like the elephant in the room, so to speak. I mean, they're always going to be there and have those needs that's going to impact your facility plan. We noted last time too, evaluate construction methods. I'm trying to remind.
So we had a workshop a few months ago where we had different contractors, engineers, architects come in and talk about, you know, the different, you know, design, build, construction manager at risk, the traditional design, bid, build process, and how they all worked. And so I think they gave us and the staff some ideas of, you know, going forward with these projects. It's not, we have more than one option. Don't know which one's going to work out best, but we did have a workshop on that a few months ago. I thought it was a very informative workshop there. So did you want to add anything?
No, other than, you know, we did evaluate those construction methods, and we actually have done, or we're in the process of doing 2 design build projects now. So that was certainly something I think that was helpful that came out of our session from last year.
Well, I think that's a smart idea to listen to the options, because you always have these people come around telling you, oh, we can do this and make this work, but knowing what your options are.
Well, we do have our public schools have used the construction manager at risk process. They're doing it now, so we'll have a benefit of learning from somebody else's experience if we decide to go that route.
And then I know a few years ago we had where the county was leasing the school and another company would build it, but
yep.
Go talk to them now.
Yeah.
I think you bring up a good point. When I think back 12 months ago when we had this same discussion, this next 12 months is going to be a delicate balance between meeting the needs of the schools going forward, community college, public schools, and or now there's even discussion of, you know, the charter schools are making requests, and then balancing that with the county infrastructural needs, which have historically been put on the back burner to build schools, which I'm not saying that was a wrong decision, but now it's time to move forward with the, you know, things like the DSS building and those buildings that are so far behind and you know, literally got people working everywhere. It's just not a good situation. So we got to balance that moving forward to the next 12 months.
To me, it's tricky trying to create a capital improvement plan to include the school system when you can't control what they're building to some extent. I mean, they're looking to add 24 classrooms to an existing high school at $12 million. That's $500,000 per classroom. I just can't fathom that, and I don't understand how we can incorporate those kind of things into our ongoing planning. Surely somebody needs to relook at that sort of thing.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because I've had some counties talking about their boards are meeting with the school board saying we want to be more involved. Yeah. If we're going to pay the bill, we want some more input. Now that's tricky ground when you're dealing with board relations, but a lot of counties are looking at that for that very reason. You know, how do we do a capital improvement plan if we can't have any input? And I'm not telling them what kind of school to build, but having some input anyway.
So I will say we've moved a little bit in that arena. We did have an opportunity to be part of their selection process for their construction manager at risk. Had some of us sat in on some of those interviews. So I will say it has opened up, and some of the things we suggested over the years of building up, not out, I think they've heard that. So I think it's getting better, but we're not the one building and designing schools yet. So we'll probably leave all that to them. But we are more involved, I think, than probably we've ever been before as far as school construction.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the relationship is the best that it's been in. I can't speak for 20 years ago, but in the 5 years I've been on the board, it's the best it's ever been. And so there's a lot of open dialogue, a lot of discussion, a lot of inclusion in meetings to you know, do the planning together as a group. And I think that, you know, we're going to continue to see that grow, hopefully, in the future, and work together to try to identify what these needs are and work on the methods in which they're building them. I agree with the chairman. They've heard the request for up instead of out. They're trying to eliminate a lot of the things that are not needed and look at strategic ways to address the problems. The other thing that's an interesting point is that in the future going forward, there'll be a point in time that it'll just be additions onto existing schools to a limit, depending on how, because you'll have buildings strategically located throughout the county. And then so up until, obviously you don't want a school to get, a couple thousand people, but I do think that's going to be probably the next wave will be just additions onto existing buildings.
Well, and the other reason, the county needs to be at the table when you talk about water and sewer and fire suppression and all those things. They go out, I've seen it happen, they go out and pick a site and you realize, oh gosh, we can't get water there for fire suppression. We don't have sewer anywhere close. I mean, having those conversations up front in the facility. But your capital improvement plan, and somebody just said it, that the counties always takes back seat, and that's normal. I wish I could tell you most counties didn't, but the school system, those school needs, and that's why it's important to have a plan so the county's needs don't go slip away.
I think that over the years, as we've seen in earlier slides, we've done $661 million for schools. I think the county infrastructure with the space and all that really is, as y'all have put out there, is to the forefront now. And so as we fold that into a capital improvement plan, then when we go back to the schools, we can say, all right, this is what we have. Yeah. This is the needs that we really have to address, and then let's see what we can afford to do and work with them on that. And I think because of the relationship, it'll make it a lot smoother that we can do all that and fold and get everybody what they need. And that's why I think it's critical that we lay out our plan.
That's good. That's a good point. Then they understand where we're coming from.
Right. Yeah, I think, and having lived that, where Commissioner Smith talked about a governmental complex. I'm not saying you do a complex, but I'm saying if you have a plan out there, it's a lot easier to sell it moving forward. Okay, this is just the next step in the plan. We're going to build this building. And then we're going to, and that's sort of what we did in Harney. We built DSS and Health, and the next building is the courthouse, and the next building is the corporate extension. I mean, it was a plan. And it allows you, and people are used to it and have seen it. And yours plan may be that it's in different locations, but at least people say, no, we talked about that. We needed to build this by this year. It goes a long way.
And not just for the school folks and community, but for citizens. Yep. Because sometimes they could see, Mr. Smith has talked about it, they can see our fund balance and they know that there's a reason for that madness, and there's a reason we're doing certain things. So.
I think there's a good understanding and cooperation right now with the majority of the school board in understanding that there are other needs and that the county has a broad picture to look at. I mean, they've verbalized that on several occasions. And, I know boards change and things change, but right now we've got a good situation that everybody understands that it's a very large pie, and that we have to be concerned about the entire process of the county instead of just one particular area.
Can I jump in the weeds real fast? And I'm not trying to steer us off this track, but is this where we would also want to discuss potential upcoming builds or funding if we decide to move forward as a board for charter schools?
I think that maybe we identify a need for facilities. Talk about that in particular tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that is a new wrinkle that was brought to us. I know with the legislation that came up this year, it says may fund, which would be something totally different than we've ever looked at before, and I think that opens up a can of worms. But the reality is it's going from a 3-letter word to a 5-letter word, and when it says shall, and we'll do it, if we won't have an option. But right now we do have that option, and I think that's something to consider that we definitely have not had to consider.
And I think facilities is probably going to be one of your topics tomorrow, and that might be something to talk about in that. Yeah. Because I know a lot of candidates are asking, well, who owns it? If we build something, aren't the taxpayers supposed to own it? That comes the rub. Who's going to own the facility? But it's a reality now.
Yes.
And so counties have to have that discussion. But that's one we'll note for when we get to the facility and drill in on that. And then talking about your financial strategy, that's been talked about this morning, how strong y'all are, but it does tie into when your debts are rolling off and whatever, what you build and when you build it, and timing of things. And I think that's what you were being told this morning, to synchronize that, so you know. And we've all, in county management or finance, sat and looked at those spreadsheets about when does this debt come off and when does this come off and when does this come off, planning how you piece all that together.
Yeah, I would just echo something Commissioner Smith said earlier. As long as Rick and Chad and Martha are around, we will have that thing, have it looked at frontwards, backwards, sideways, up and down. We'll have it
I
all
hate
covered.
to break this to you, but they're not going to live forever.
I don't know, when she showed the demographics graph earlier about the small percentage of people over 100, I imagine
think
them.
they'd make
being
it?
there. I'm banking on them being in that.
If Rick's working here, I'm coming to get him. I'm taking him home. No, but it's in the planning it is, and I will tell you, you do have to think about down the road who's going to be here and who's going to be in place, and the reality of it is there. So space-wise, we've talked about that, and I know we'll talk about, I think that's going to rise to the top again. But this is just catching up for where we were last year. This is one I remember there was talk about fire funding. Who can give me just sort of an update where that's at since the last year?
We've had a lot of activity on that.
Yeah, that's been an ongoing project, and we've worked in cooperation with the fire chiefs and their department leadership and our county fire folks to, we adopted the fire matrix, and we attached funding to it to a point that we could begin it. And now what's the next step is that we're having public meetings, public hearings. Council, you help me if I mess this up. But we will eventually, the 23 individual fire district tax districts will be done away with. And we'll have a countywide service district, is that what you call it? Yeah. So there'll be a countywide fire tax for Johnston County. That will go into a fund, and it will help fund each department. And part of that process is we will evolve into, they will submit a budget to the county, and then their budgets will be awarded based on what their needs are. But there is a transition process.
Yeah.
And we're copying very much what Wake County has done. They spent about the last 23 years perfecting this. I won't say it's perfect, but they've got a really good program, and it works pretty well, depending on who you ask. But, so we're taking a lot of that, rather than make all the mistakes ourselves. We're taking a lot of that and adapting it to Johnston County, and it's a work in progress. It's a big undertaking. It's a big cultural change for a lot of the departments that have always operated a certain way. The rural fire tax committees will go away. That won't be needed anymore, because the commissioners will set a countywide fire tax annually when we do the other tax.
I think it's a great concept. It's just bringing everybody along with you on it. It's a tough one.
Well, we've been fortunate that the fire service leadership has really driven this considerably, and they've gone out and worked among their peers to sell this program. And I
the
think
problem you get some districts probably have a rate of 15 cents, and others, the rich get richer.
Well,
and sometimes
this will help alleviate that.
Yeah.
Because a penny of tax in the Cleveland area is a whole lot more than a penny of tax in the Meadow area. And so in order to address the departments that were what we call lower funded departments and didn't have the ability to even provide life-saving equipment for their firefighters and provide a same level of service. The other beauty of it is that every department in Johnston County will also offer first responder, which is a first in the history of the county. So we're making a lot of progress. This has been a really good program, and it's a lot more to come, but I think we've really made a lot of progress in this area.
And assuming everything goes as planned, the single fire tax district, service district, will be effective July 1, assuming that everything goes to plan. I mean, the feedback that we've gotten from our community meetings thus far has been positive. We've got another one on Saturday at SSS High School. There's going to be an update from the Chief Ellington with the fire committee Monday night at the board meeting. I believe that he's going to ask the board to call for a public hearing for April the 1st to talk about this in more detail. But the board has made tremendous progress with this. The phase 2 was implemented. We're on phase 3, and assuming everything goes to plan, that will be completed, and then we will move into the strategic plan that the fire committee recommended to the board and was adopted by the board. So lots of work has
Yeah, I
happened.
can imagine.
With this, and you know, that fire committee and the fire chiefs and staff have worked extraordinarily hard to help move that board priority along. So I feel like that you know, we're almost there from where we started to where we're gonna be come July 1. Now, of course, there's gonna be a lot to do after that as well, but lots of progress on this particular priority.
I have sensed some hesitancy on some of the more rural areas that are very independent, want to keep that
And
independence.
you would think it'd be the opposite, but
Well,
I know what you're
but
saying.
I hope they'll find that they won't lose that independence, but they will gain a much more solid
yeah.
financial footing that they won't have to worry about every year.
And hopefully you can increase their ability to
That's
upgrade
right.
their ratings and just,
Yep.
but that undertaking is just, I commend y'all. That's a lot for
I
staff.
think the biggest
everybody working on
takeaway,
it.
and I'm trying to look at it in the 12-month increments, from the last time we had this conversation, is that every single department in Johnston County has more funding than they had in the prior 12 months. So they've all increased in their budget abilities to provide the equipment, the services. There's some departments have hired personnel based on the additional funding that they've received. So the fire service in Johnston County is better off today than it was 12 months ago because of these actions, and it's going to get better.
Yeah, and so many counties now are facing the reality they have to have a daytime crew paid to turn out a truck.
The best thing about this has been internally driven by those fire service leaders. Yeah.
Because it's not so. I just went through a study with the county, and they just totally rejected it, the fire department, even the ones that had the highest rate, because of the control thing. So y'all will be commended for that. That's a big plus. And while I'm on my soapbox about fire, at some point I wish the state of North Carolina would look at insurance districts. There's no logic to have a 6-mile district in eastern North Carolina. It's the same as a 6-mile district in Graham County. Because if you ever driven a loaded fire truck in Graham County, it takes a lot longer to go 6 miles than it does in eastern North Carolina.
Yeah.
But under our insurance system, it's just, I don't get our insurance system. I wish that would be relooked at. It's been around a long time, but it could help a lot of rural areas. If in fact it was. So fire, sound like y'all are getting down the road on that, a lot of moving pieces, and hopefully you're going to, and goal of the tax rate, July 1, right, Jim?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. This goes back, one of the priorities was administration and organization structure. This is called the Rick Hester Ain't Gonna Live Forever section of the program.
Now we had
Hey, Rick's feeling okay.
we had you living to 100 a while ago.
Well, he may get to 100, but he's still.
Yeah. He does have grandchildren to spend time with.
He can work a lot of magic, but I don't think that living forever is going to do. No, this was a conversation we had about just, and I can't say enough about succession planning. It's something we're talking about departments, and this goes beyond administration. It goes into the county departments, and I'll tell you right now, county finance officers are solid gold. If you got them good, thank them and hug their neck or whatever it takes. But we're facing a crisis across the state of
group hug
of veteran finance officers leaving and trying to find a replacement. They're just not there. And we're telling counties to have a plan in place to try to grow your own person, because that is, and sadly, we have counties that are solid financially, and they lose that 30-year finance officer, and 2 years later, they're behind on their audit. Wow. They got a disaster in the making, because think about that. And I know y'all are, but I just can't stress enough. And that goes beyond. Now it's getting into tax administration, just so many departments now. There's so many baby boomers retiring, and they're taking all that knowledge with them and finding that next step, that next generation that's going to fill those voids. As a board, I would, be thinking about that.
There is a world of consulting to go into, just in case. Everybody's thinking. But I will say, so for this one, I had a lot of passion for this one last year. I still do, but I think through many conversations with Rick, I think we're the succession plan, but the organizational chart, we've seen that, and so I think we've started that process, and we'll look not only at the administration, but that'll trickle down. Okay. So we will have those plans in place. But I think that's going to at least for me, it's not as a hot button as it was last year, but it's still something that we have, as you pointed out, once or twice, people aren't going to live forever. So
And,
we
it,
need
and
to have
it's
something
one
like
that you sound like the board's on the same page, recognize it, and just be mindful of it.
Yeah, and I don't
Every
think
year.
it's overly complicated, as Rick and I have talked about. I don't think it's an overly complicated thing we have to do, but just having those in place, so we'll know even what the first step is, the point of interim. How does that work? And so there's a lot there.
What is any change on that last bullet about committee structure?
So not really. I think we all have plenty to do, and I think that and the other, I think that was Commissioner Smith's idea, but I think that's, we looked at it and trying to figure out who would be on what committee, and would that be more work than not, but it's still something, I don't think it's dead, but
Okay.
as we'll have a new board, at least 2 new members next go round when we're here, so it may be something we have to consider because we have people with
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I'm just counting the 2 positions we will have vacant. So we'll have people with potentially no elected official experience that we'll need to figure out how to plug them in. So that's not a dead issue, but one that's still being evaluated.
Okay. Well, I think that's touched upon those talked about, and what we'll turn to now is those you submitted. But do you want to take a few minute break before we get to those and start identifying?
So we have a break at 2:45, so if you want to take that 15 minutes now, is that what?
Yeah, if
is
you
that where we
could.
are?
Let's just take it now, then we can come back up to
All right, so we'll take a break for 15 minutes and be back at 2:45.
That's all right.
And we've spent a lot of time talking about what we've done and the interesting information on Johnston County. And I think now we get down to what I'd say the real work of establishing the board's priorities. And Neil, I'm going to turn it back over to you and Amy to get us going on that.
Okay. Again, our purpose is to identify the top priorities, and this is first we're going to go through the surveys which y'all submitted back to us, and then we'll talk about what we want to zero in on for tomorrow. Financial planning, we've talked about that quite a bit today. Again, financial stewardship, as any good commissioner's always top of their list, financial stewardship. But we've talked about several topics today, what that ties into the capital improvement program and school funding and all that goes with that. So that's stewardship. And then the topic that Commissioner Stevens noted about where the charter schools fit into that and the legislation that was passed. So really that's part of financial planning and what you're going, and to me is the sort of the cornerstone of any conversation the board have moving forward is the planning for that. But that capital improvement program is a big part of that. And is it come in different components? You know, is there a county piece of it, then a county, and then a school piece of it, and then how do those come together in financial planning? Is that where everybody was at when they mentioned that? I think about most people in their survey noted something related to financial planning.
Yeah.
Is that sort of,
yeah.
Any other things that anybody comes to
I
mind
did
there?
the ones we talked about that are kind of a little bit separate. The fire matrix, which we talked about,
Yeah.
and then also the solid waste fee. So those that would, for me, that fell under financial stewardship. So, but everything else is on there.
And then you do have the reval come up, and I would throw that out there as from those who noted that, from what perspective that reval? I mean, is it educational aspect or just what exactly, as far as a priority, just making sure it's
All that a reval does is just determine the value of your property.
Yeah.
It doesn't determine taxes or anything. And so I think we have to wait to see what comes in with inflationary factors that we've seen over the past 4 years. Everything has gone up in value. There's not much we can do about that. And everybody gets all excited about the reval. It's not the reval that's important. It's the millage rate that's what's important.
It's the check you write.
Well,
That's what most people.
Yeah, well, that's determined by what the millage rate is.
Yeah. I mean,
And so we just got to wait and see what they come in. If we're $20 billion now and it comes in at $30 billion, which it probably will, then we got to apply the right rate with that.
So do I get a sense that one just making sure it moves forward and we get it done, and there's not a process for the board to go through right now. And I guess y'all don't see it as the board of ENR. That's a separate board.
No, it's separate board.
That's what I thought. All the smart boards do.
I've been on that board.
Yeah, that's a fun board, isn't it? So property reval is just, as noted, it just is what it is. The market's going to dictate. And I guess your thing is to educate, making sure that the public's kept informed, what's going on. And then the hard work begins when you set a tax rate to apply to it then. Education funding for current expense, this is a little outside the capital. Thought from anyone on that as a priority is that?
I mean, I think that, as we talked about, the numbers have gone on what it's gone from and to, but it's probably gone up $20 million in 5 years in the operational funding. So I think that's a big part. We're talking about 90 million out of 350. So that's a big part of our budget. So we can't ignore it. So we've got to pay attention to it. So it's going to be a priority kind of by default.
And you don't have a formula in place or anything?
Nope, we've talked about that, and we've had.
It's hard to when you're growing so fast.
Yeah.
It's hard to. Is that, do y'all link current expense funding to any discussion about redistricting or whatever, or is that, some counties do that?
When you talk about growing so fast, there's an article that Rick sent us that over the past 5 years, our enrollment's only gone up 0.34%.
And you saw that in that pyramid, those numbers.
Yeah, and so I think people can talk about we're going to have all this growth, but the issue is how many butts we get in seats.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what we need to look at.
And a lot of your challenge is probably where are they at versus some areas are growing.
Right.
You know, so.
Yeah, and I think if Rick, if you'd reach out to Dr. Bracy, because I know ORED just made their presentation, and kind of to get their numbers and mesh it with some that Denise
I would
had put out
challenge
there.
the staff to, for the past 5 years, to put what the ORED number is and put what the reality number is. Because the ORED number is nothing more than someone from NC State or somewhere up there looking at potentially how many births and how many houses are going to be built and come up with a possible enrollment, and it never, ever comes close to that.
I would not disagree with that, but I do know that they have those fresh numbers, so yeah, if you could get those and take a look at it, I think we're good.
It's just marketing to put forth your best foot and say, I got all these needs based upon what ORED says, and so, you know, it's like negotiating. I set my needs high, and then I'll compromise and get what I really wanted to begin with. So that's, I just think we need to know, have a track record of what they said it was going to be and what it actually was.
And as I look, and I don't mean to jump in here, but as I've looked at the school numbers and their enrollment, what I get concerned about, not concerned, but what I think about is what it actually costs them on a year-to-year basis to run their operation, taking into account enrollment growth and capital. And, you know, as I've said many times, there's an inverted relationship with how much money extra you give to school for current expense and what we can afford on the capital side. So we have to stay in contact with them to make sure that they understand that as well. They got new board members that we actually need to know what they actually need. And I think we're working behind the scenes with fund balance and everything else and making sure they have an appropriate level that both boards are comfortable with. But all that plays into account, not only the school growth, but I always like to be able to see from their finance guy, who's great, by the way, is what it actually costs them to run their system. And then that will be some of the things that, as Rick and I go through it, what we might provide to y'all and make recommendations on what we think might work for them from an operational side. And we're modeling that, by the way.
I think, too, to be mindful of is you follow what's going on in Durham with employees, and they're throwing their weight around. And but that's the market right now. And,
not only that, but along those same lines, I would love to know if they're tracking it either quarterly or every 6 months to see what migration is happening. You know, whether it's students moving out of the area and the funds have already been appropriated, or students, you know, the parents are pulling them out, homeschooling them, or private school, or, you know, more people moving to the area. I'd like to know what those migration numbers look like.
Yeah, the ORED presentation had their numbers in there, so that was part of it. I will say that one thing, and we're talking about their financial officer for the school system. I don't think we'll have to worry about the Durham situation, but I will note that we had mentioned them getting to a fund balance of $15 million, and based on the presentation I saw Tuesday night, that's exactly where they're headed, to a fund balance of about $15 million. So again, back to I don't know whose question that comment that was, but I think they are listening. There is some interaction, and that so we're working together, and so they're hearing what we're saying.
maintain the fund because
yeah,
you are their fund balance.
Yes. Well, that's right. Well, they took it from 30 million.
Yeah,
down
I remember
to
when
15.
you went through that,
Yeah.
where they
Yeah.
got that.
They track their enrollment numbers monthly, actually, because they send the checks that go out to the charter schools, they go out monthly. And so they keep a census. Right now, they're sending checks to 42 different charter schools around the state, because some of them are online, some of them are local, but so they do it monthly, just so that's an update. So this month, if that student comes back to public schools, then that check is less that amount.
Patrick, And the way, I'm not going to, but when you say it like that, it's like the school system is giving money to the charter schools, and that's just absolutely not right.
It's just per pupil funding that passes
That's
through.
right. We pass it out, and they're the ones who, it just goes through their hands to get to the right place. It's not like they're voluntarily giving this money, because they're both public schools.
Yeah.
They're both
Yeah.
public schools.
Yeah, we fund it and it passes through them. I've
right.
never said any other way.
Yeah.
Thank you for elaborating on that. I know when I first got on the board, I don't know that they were tracking it as regularly, and I know one of the last reports I saw from you was a year report, so
Yeah.
that's good to know.
Their finance guys, he does, I'll echo what everybody else says, he really does a good job, and he's very transparent. He can provide you with more statistics and numbers than you really want to sit and look at, so but I encourage you.
And I know what you're experiencing about the growth and the numbers. A lot of counties are, because I don't think when they did a lot of these studies, they didn't know that the birth rates are going to drop as much as they did, and young couples are waiting so long to have children. You know, that was a change. And Wake County went through this, you know, they thought they were going to have all this growth, and it didn't happen. And they just realized the change, and I think you're seeing that across growing counties.
Yeah, and I will say just the last thing I'm going to say about the school system, but based on ORED's numbers, their recommendation to the school board was to add 2 elementary schools, I'll say Clayton, Cleveland, Archer Lodge area, that western and northwestern, to expand Cleveland High School and to redistrict some of the middle schools. So that was ORED's recommendation on Tuesday night. So
And that redistricting is a big change from what they've been talking about.
Yeah.
Rewriting those, redefining those districts is a big change.
Yes.
Redistricting's been hard for a lot of people. You know, they're used to it in Wake County and Mecklenburg.
Right.
They do it every year.
You can't even
And
get
it's
them.
harder in other counties to get.
Couldn't even get them to talk about it in the past, but suddenly they're realizing.
Yeah.
But even that, I warn you, some counties I've heard feedback, they've redistricted and they closed schools, and they realized the upfitting of the schools the kids went to cost more than it would have cost to keep the old school.
Yeah.
Restrooms, cafeteria, plant, you know, you have to look at all those. Not saying it's not a good idea, but there's other factors in there as well. So, while we're talking about education, I know we mentioned we'll add to this is if we take this over as a topic for tomorrow, is talk about the charter schools and the implications there. Is that
Right.
Okay. And then the capital expenditure, well, we talked about the schools, but also the community college. That's a piece we really haven't talked about a lot. Do they have a CIP they provide y'all with every year, or?
Yeah, but then they're just completing their master plan.
Okay.
So I think they have some facility needs. They have presented to us a kind of early version of that, so I think there's probably some more details to come. They just presented the master plan. They didn't put dollars with it at our last
Do
meeting.
they provide copies to your legislative delegation?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Some counties have been getting some nice buildings out of it.
Yes. I will say our folks, we do have the advanced manufacturing facility that we'll start construction, I think, next year in 4 Oaks, and our friends in Raleigh and our local delegation did exactly that and it'll be part of JCC. So they have helped us out tremendously.
A county of 50,000 in their special appropriation this session was 90 million.
Whoa.
But there was reasons behind it.
Yeah.
But, so community college, you feel that you've got that capital plan, that's part of this. Goes back to the big overall picture.
Right.
Okay. I think there's a couple more on financial stewardship. We've talked about this, incorporating the education into that, but maybe it needs to be incorporated in 2 different components. This was noted as a priority. So you got again, this goes back to me, the capital improvement plan, the education needs, and then.
Yeah, I was
that what
Commissioner Godwin and jumping ahead. I didn't realize it was a slide 2, so it's contagious.
You're always stepping ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
I just wanted to throw in a bullet point, like I was telling you earlier. I know it's in the weeds, and I know we'll probably talk about it tomorrow, but I wanted to add, when we discuss that, if there's a way to increase teacher subsidies as a part of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
School supplements, is that what we're
That's
talking?
what I meant, thank you.
Yeah.
Supplements, that's what I
School
meant.
supplements.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's fighting for the same market of people. Anything else on the education? I think that just builds upon what we've already talked about. And then the fire matrix, again, that's just an ongoing.
Right.
It sounds like y'all are getting down the road there, and you got people on the same page right now. And we'll keep you in our prayers till you get that tax rate adopted. Big undertaking. Solid waste funding. I heard somebody mention that earlier.
Yeah, and I think we're.
We need to refer that to a committee, a little further study.
Well, I think we have 3 questions to answer on that, but yeah, we can, I mean, I think that's one of the ones we can talk about tomorrow more in detail.
In the solid waste?
Yeah.
Okay. So solid waste would be one under the financial component to talk about.
And it's an enterprise fund, so it's kind of
Yeah.
its own, yeah.
So I want to make sure I have the ones that talk about on the list for tomorrow are going to be solid waste.
The solid waste in the school capital,
Yep.
including charter,
Supplements.
and then the school sup, yeah.
Maybe just 2 questions on solid waste, in town, out of town, and then partial versus unit. And it seems like there's a third one.
Those are the 2 big ones.
Those are 2 big ones, okay.
There's a bigger issue, really, that I wanted to bring up.
Parcel versus unit.
Parcel versus.
Yeah.
Y'all just have a household fee now?
It's a.
User?
Yeah.
Just user?
For our convenience, yeah, so it was a decal.
Okay. Everything's user. Okay. So that's the items we had under the financial stewardship that. And we'll add that as one, sounds to me that's definitely going to be one of the topics for tomorrow. Zero in on some of those things. Regionalization of water and sewer facilities. This echoes a lot of what we talked about earlier, but I noticed that what about continued development of authority? I think that's what threw me about talking about, is it countywide or, you know, I guess that's a conversation of governance.
Yeah, I think that's more governance than, because I don't know the authority is the end result, so I don't know what that governing body's going to be.
It might be some mix of that. But, and it goes back to that first bullet about regional, but it sounded to me, and that was again back to countywide. Then, of course, outside might be interconnectivity, or it might take a form moving forward. Or, of course, you're always regional when you're talking about the Neuse River and what they allowed you with withdrawal. And then a CIP, I want, if I'm noting that is for utilities, is that just, did someone have that down as a priority for the utilities?
I don't remember. I know we have one. Yeah, we have one today,
Yeah.
so I don't know what.
I thought you would have for grants and whatever that comes with that.
I think the CIP piece maybe should have gone with the piece about the stewardship, financial stewardship.
Okay, so that's the broader sense.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And is that something for discussion, or is that?
This or the CIP for the.
Under financial stewardship, are we going to add that into?
CIP now?
Yeah, I mean, we can. I think that probably going to happen, but yeah, you can put it on there. We can bring it up.
And then the, sort of ties into CIP, I guess the next bullet, plan for infrastructure improvements. That's just the long-range planning and needs.
Yeah. And we do that annually. I mean,
Yeah.
Chandra updated us at our last meeting, so that's done annually, so.
And then finally, we talked about that, the water supply.
Sometimes, we talk about a working session. There's some things, ideas I'd like to throw out, but I don't know if this is the right format,
Throw them out there and we'll see, man.
Yeah.
Definitely tomorrow, because I'm sure.
maybe it gets squashed, but.
Yeah, throw them out now so we can, because
in my
we're going to narrow
feeble
it down to what
mind,
we're going to talk about tomorrow.
I'm thinking about the possibilities of an connectivity with in other words, if we could set up an authority that would handle only the transmission. Each town would have their own, it's their pipes, their business, but they put it in our transmission pipe and it goes to Cape Fear River perhaps. And the county takes care of that. And the towns pay a proportion of that. but it would be a regionalization. I don't know if that makes sense or not, if that's oversimplified. That makes sense?
Well, we had talked in some of our meetings about whether you take over, whether the town, we would take over the town's transmission.
Could you rephrase that "we take over" part?
Yeah, that's the race day, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. Where the authority, I'm talking the authority or whatever we end up to be, would be in control of the transmission, and the town would retain the authority over their collection and their day-to-day operations, sewer taps and all that. And they would still have a membership into the
big authority,
into the authority or whatever we end up calling it.
Okay. So it's not a harebrained idea.
No, it's not a harebrained idea. No.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, I think there's some towns who see merit in that idea. So
if you can get them out, if you can get them past that annexation thing.
Yeah. The other thing is, we are predominantly surface water supply. We can get our water from a reservoir that's taken from the Neuse River and allowed to settle and whatever. But when they first came out many years ago, the county did a broad expansion of their distribution system, and they run a 16-inch main to Kinley, they run a 16-inch main to Selma, they run a 6-inch main to Princeton. And of all those three towns, Selma was the only one that kept their groundwater wells in service. Princeton and Kinley both had groundwater wells that they didn't even have to treat. They didn't have to filter. They could just chlorinate and send directly to the system. But they took them offline because at the time the county could supply the water cheaper than they felt like they could maintain their wells. Well, now we're in a reverse situation. Now as our needs grow, one thing that would contribute to keeping ourselves in good shape is to pursue more groundwater wells in these towns. Pine Level is fixing to drill a new well right now, and they are very proactive. And I would think Princeton and Kinley might follow suit once they find out. But going back to some groundwater resources is a smart move, because if we get a contaminant in our surface water, then we can always eliminate those sources and kind of depend on what's the groundwater supply on a temporary basis. But it would be an addition to what we're treating as surface water. I think it'd be a smart move. I really do.
So that would follow this bullet water supply.
Right.
Looking at alternatives. Did they mothball those wells, or did they shut them
They
down?
just shut them down, sold the lots, everything. They did away with all of them. I told them there would come a day, and now it's here.
Anything else on this piece about regionalization? Sound like that may make the cut of going forward conversation. Transportation, again, we all talked about that earlier, and I think everybody recognized again that's an issue. The transportation plan talked about Campo and all the involvement, but also beyond that. Any part of that, when we say community transportation plan, is any component of that those underserved transportation needs, or is this just more from a?
You know, when we saw earlier about the number of people that's not from here, and those people, that's one of the areas probably that they feel like we've dropped the ball in not providing those kind of services. But for a lot of those types of services, we're not dense enough in population and use to justify it. But I think what we've done with the microtransit through JCATS has been a viable stopgap and alternative to that. And it's worked for those people who need it.
I know a lot of counties are facing that as their population ages. People if they're going to live independently, they need transportation, whether it's for dialysis or whether it's for doctor's appointments or whatever. It gives them ability. And I think if I looked at y'all's numbers right about in a few years, 20% of your people will be over 65, which is just the baby boomers.
And the DOT has been very supportive of that microtransit, I think.
And you get more dense development.
It sounds like these are underway. Are these topics for continued discussion as well? Are they already happening?
Yeah, I mean, these seem to be
my
ones.
personal thought is they're underway. I know, and again, referring to our last meeting, but we caught up on a lot of this.
So it's not things tomorrow that you'd have to.
No, the CTP
zero
is
in on.
underway. It's happening. Micro transit is still continuing. We had a discussion about, you know, some of the intercity passenger rail, and now they got the study from Wilmington to Raleigh. Selma's right on there, so, you know, I think we have a great consultant who's advising us on, you know, opportunities there. Again, good conversations with the DOT and through Campo and the Upper Coastal Plain RPO. So I think all of those that were probably, to me, that rolls up under infrastructure, and you know, transportation, one bullet is on there, but I think that we're making progress on those. And then that last one, you know, that'll be a combination of all those, but mainly working through the DOT. And as we have our ordinances developed, I think they will have some requirements for, you know, developing road sections, and I think that'll relieve congestion. But those are always trailing the growth. You don't build them ahead of time. So, but I think that all of those we're working on and making progress.
So that one seems like it's on the radar, but not one that need to really zero in on.
It's underway, just continue that work.
We've got a lot of projects that the DOT has gotten approved. It's just a matter of waiting for funding.
The way y'all are going, you're just going to be an ongoing DOT project.
Yep.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see how it goes when they open up those lanes. But it's nice going into Raleigh now when you go to 8. I just don't know if we'll ever get there. It's like done where I live. They're just wait to see what 95 if they ever get that done. The rail line, that's just the ongoing topic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're there yet.
No, but still, it's ongoing.
Yeah, I think
all those are.
Yeah, they're just ongoing.
Yep.
And this was a little bit more, but it's, I think it's just a duplicate there. Growth and land use plan. We talked about that, and that this is ongoing, but still it is on your plate right now of what ordinances that, and what are the factors in that. Y'all got big decisions to make as you continue to develop the density you have, open space, what type of ordinances you put in place. Is you know, as you expand sewer, what can you afford, what can't you afford? I don't know if you're having many septic failures now. Probably blessed with pretty decent
I don't know
soils.
yet. Yeah.
But I mean, there's a point. The earth
it
can't absorb it so much.
Right.
And I guess that's ties into land use. Everything ties into land use, whether it's schools, whether it's utilities, whether it's, you know, just all the issues you have. Some guidance, I think, does come from the board in relation to staff. You know, what do you want within that land use revisions? What are you after? I've seen boards say, you just develop one, bring it to us. And then they get it and go, my God, what are you thinking about? We're not doing this. I mean, so I think it's good to have some feedback, a conversation, sort of give them the parameters to your planning staff, sort of what's acceptable and what's not moving forward, because y'all are the ones who set the policy. So I would just encourage you not to invest too much time in the rewrite, and maybe we can talk about this tomorrow, before you have a conversation to give direction. One, steering growth to municipalities, and that sort of goes back a little bit about the utility. You know, is what role does government have in pushing growth one way or the other, or is it more of a matter of how long it takes to get to Raleigh? You know, y'all answer that. I can't, you know, your communities and the commute times.
Yeah, I think our land use plan kind of addressed some of that, because same thing, it makes more sense to have utilities and have denser development there, and the utilities, so you don't have to run them 6 miles or 20 miles to get them somewhere. But I think that's, you know, part of our land use plan, is figure out how do we see those higher density developments along or near the towns.
I've seen studies of how much it costs us to have these acre lot subdivisions, water line after water line after water line after water, versus of having more dense, smaller lots but having open space.
So do you feel like your land use plan's in place and now you just have to get those ordinances, or is there more discussion to have in this space about?
We've adopted the land use plan.
Yes.
I think the discussion now would be about what shape does that take and when it translates into actual ordinance.
Yeah, and so until we have somebody to take the lead on that, the consultant, we're kind of in limbo on that one.
So I think that's a work in progress, but not additional conversation.
Right.
Okay. One thing I've heard mentioned several times, well, is the farmland preservation. I heard, is there need for that further discussion right now, or see how this goes, where it's at? I know you talked about one other idea. Maybe that's not time to talk about that.
So, yeah, I think there's still some details. I think we've made that first step with the PUV rollback money, and then the park, and I'll throw in parks, open space, and greenways too, as we get the ordinances and figure out how to balance all that. I think those are, at least to me, are ones that will come, but the ordinance, the critical piece is the ordinances.
And sometimes it's driven by opportunity. If Triangle Land Conservancy brings us a proposal that they've got a grant for, but it requires some matching funds, that might be where we can make that happen.
Yeah.
Might change the dynamic of when and how.
Yeah.
And I will say on the parks, open space, and greenways, our director and his assistant are doing a great job of, we mentioned the parks in Cleveland and connecting greenways and working all of that. So they have a master plan, for all, at least, I think maybe the greenway may still be in progress, but they're looking at, as Commissioner Godwin mentioned, every opportunity that comes up, evaluating it, plus or minus, and then seeking out other opportunities to make connections or strategic locations of parks. So we've gone a long way in 5 years from nobody kind of directing that to somebody who's really, really good. Two people that are really, really good at their job making that happen.
Because sometimes you got to strike an iron's hot. I mean,
yes,
you got to have a plan ready to go because the opportunity may present itself.
Right.
And I've seen that in other counties. So the parks and open space, this, the growth and land use plan, is sort of on a whole. I mean, we know where we're going. We're on, but we know work to be done. But maybe tomorrow isn't the time to have a further conversation.
I don't know what we'll talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We're going to talk about the DSS building again. This backs to the county facilities, and we talked about the CI capital improvement plan, but then it goes back to a lot of your needs. I know this is the type of topics that staff appreciate when you get some guidance from the board about where we're going. Where do you want us to explore? What do we need to look at? These are the ones y'all noted: the master plan, the administration building, courthouse construction and renovation plan. All those things, y'all will have to tell me which one of those are topics, are long-term, which ones are short-term, which ones are burning in your heart and the board needs to talk about, make some decisions.
To me, there's a lot to unpack in here, and we've talked about it for 2 years now. Commissioner Braswell's talked about it, particularly DSS, a lot longer than that. But I just don't know how far in the weeds we want to go. We got the master plan that's still coming, or I don't even have a consultant yet for that, for the master plan, do we?
I think we'll be in business soon to start that.
Okay, so we'll start that process. So I think probably worthy of discussion if we want to talk about the buildings and make sure we got them on. And there's a couple, Commissioner Harris mentioned the health department. That was not on the list last year.
Okay.
And then also, I think that the Hope Center, the mental health facility, is a recent addition on there. So there's some new things that I think are worth talking about tomorrow. So you can lump all those specific facilities kind of into discussion and see what kind of falls out. If there's any changes.
And sometimes it's good to give the consultant some feedback where my board's at, So, am I hearing a consensus this is something to bring back and talk about more tomorrow?
Yeah.
Ongoing. This is a topic every year, probably.
Yep.
The mental health facility, is that?
So, you want me to?
Yep.
So the reason I put that on there was really just awareness and to have some discussion. Commissioner Godwin and I and the attorney and Rick, we've been meeting regularly with the Alliance folks, with the new DSS director, our public health director, and we're trying to work through some issues with this. That was not put on there in saying that we need to rush out and build a mental health facility tomorrow, but we do have some options coming back from Alliance on what the county can do to address this situation. We did go tour the Hope Center in Fuquay-Varina, which is a wonderful facility. Would it be great to have something like that in Johnston County? Yes. Do we need it right now? I'm not sure. We're trying to work through those, but I really just wanted to kind of raise some awareness and have some conversation about it. There will be more to come on that when Alliance comes back to us with some options of what the county can do to try to address these different issues going forward, Mr. Governor.
And that should happen within the next week or so,
Yes,
based on
yes.
his timeframe,
Yes.
the director.
That doesn't necessarily have to be on tomorrow, Mr. Chairman, unless you want it to be on there, but I just really wanted people to kind of start thinking along that line.
It's a discussion we need to have when we get that feedback.
If it's okay, Mr. Chair, just to add, maybe a final point from the association standpoint on that, we would really be interested in having continued discussions with you on that. I will tell you at the association standpoint, Kevin, who's not here today, has been in conversations with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, as well as the DHHS Secretary. We're bringing in JPS folks and really trying to look about options that are going to take some of these things that are happening in our jail that are really mental health service needs, and how do we create facilities, how do we regionalize? So it's an ongoing, very important discussion that we would just ask to be a part of, to see if we can, come together and try to help.
They can only help us.
I serve on that steering committee for the association, and if you recall in Raleigh when we were there a couple of weeks ago, I think it was really 40% more likely to commit suicide after being incarcerated, coming out with a mental health situation. So there's numbers are just staggering. So it's great to have everyone trying to work on this issue simultaneously, and hopefully we'll come up with some answers.
Well, we definitely need some.
Yeah.
So facilities, seem to have a sense of where we go there. Again, back to facility, but this is just above and beyond things you've already talked about. Adding those just to the list, and we revisit. Is it reasonable to revisit those tomorrow during that session, part of the program? Workforce. I think that's, we talked a little about succession planning, and then I guess how do you, workforce, where do y'all feel like you are right now? What things are issues? It is a current topic. There's no doubt about that as people look to retain. And then, being located where you are, you're always going to have that Wake County looming over you. And how do you respond to that? And you always say, well, you don't have to go to Wake County to work, you can stay here.
The market is always moving, but I think we've made great strides in that area and taken some steps to shore up that problem.
Thanks to this board's work and the pay studies that we've done, I think we had 106 applications for one position, was it a week or so ago, in emergency services? Is that right?
Yeah, close to that too.
Yeah, so
that's a great compliment.
We're getting waiting lists of people that want to come to work here in emergency medicine, things like that. So based on what those folks are telling me, that it's really made a difference. It's always a moving target because other counties go do the same thing, and so But I think the nice thing is that this board agreed in the manager's direction. As we study every position in the county, well, half the positions every other year, so that we're always looking at those positions to make sure that we're competitive with our competition.
Can I add one thing to that, too? I just want to echo the difference that pay study has made, and I just follow up. You may recall, it was probably 18 months ago, environmental health was way behind because they couldn't hire anybody. And that's just one example of, and I check in with Todd to see how things are going, and that's another example of what that pay study has done to help improve services. So thank you.
And I think you've got a great approach. It's never done.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's always.
And I've had a lot of feedback from builders and people involved in that, and they're very complimentary of that service.
Huge progress, I think, of all of the conversations that we're having around this last year. So in that space, that's really great.
Yeah, I think for me, that top line is one. You mentioned environmental health, the growth-related services. And I'm thinking the planning, we have some work to do there. We didn't have 106 applicants for our 2 positions there. That would be really nice if we did. But also our utilities and stormwater. Again, I go back to the trail thing that, I really don't want my department directors reviewing individual permit applications and plans.
You want them to be looking forward.
Yes, I want them to be, so to make sure that and I don't know if that's some sort of comparison, or maybe talk to you guys about what is typical for our size, so we can make sure that we have enough staff. I don't think we don't need it abundant, but we need enough to keep things going, and again, be able to, for the department heads, directors to look out and plan, for what's coming to us, and make, whether it's utilities and looking at connections to other places, or having somebody looking at ordinances for long-range updates and what we're looking at, but keep stuff, again, on that radar, just like the pay studies. It's never off the radar. It doesn't, we don't wait 5 years like, oh my God, we hadn't done this, that we're doing it on a regular basis, a daily basis.
I'm hearing, actually, I'm going to get looking at our wonderful Denise, like this might be some good data comparison points to make in terms of like staffing levels for different departments, depending on size, might be something that we can look at. And also, I will say that we are traveling around and doing our district meetings, and this has been the #1 topic in every county: workforce retention, workforce development. So hearing what you have in some of these positions is great. It's not unique in a lot of these departments. So yeah, we can get some of that comparative data for you.
Yeah, I think you're really a step ahead, but that don't mean rest on your laurels. You just got to keep. Unfortunately, I've heard counties giving 30% pay raise for paramedic. You can't find a paramedic. I mean, it's just, and especially in rural areas, it's just hard to find. So staying on top of that.
So it sounds like this one, again, same thing. It's happening, great work. This may not be something for specific discussion tomorrow, or is it in terms of some of those pieces?
I'll just have to put it on my list, but if it's not something for the rest of the, if this not.
We'll go through them and see where we end up.
Yeah. And I'll say the organizational structure, I think we're already working on that one, so I don't think we need to hammer on that one.
The other thing I'd add, 2 things to this one, in all this, is one, don't stop, keep looking at it, but also there's things besides pay. In a lot of counties, I've always believed there's reasons people work somewhere besides compensation. And, when I was in Hartnett, we used to talk about if we let you go see your kids' program at school, if you're flexible about your work schedule, that goes a long way, being able to stay at home. Yeah. And that can be a good thing. And then
I will say that at my day job, people get tired of me talking about culture, but I think the culture that starts at the top with Rick and flows down through, I think that is one of the reasons. I mean, obviously pay does make a difference, but that culture that Rick sets from the top down, I think that is a lot of the reasons that people decide to stay with Johnston County. So I'll say kudos to Rick and the rest of the staff for doing that.
And the only other thing I mention is the generational change, the mindset of younger. Don't judge them. Just recognize that's the way it is, and you have to be responsive to that. Every generation. Every generation. I remember when I was young, people were talking about how lousy my generation was. So I mean, so I just say be mindful of that, because it's a different day, and working 2 years one place and moving is nothing.
Oh yeah. It is very
interesting. And it's just a fact. Yeah. And so we'll come back to this one as that one. See what we have left here.
42 years of banking and navigating notice.
And this was just a very broad one, a public perception, but I think it goes beyond that. A lot of counties, in my gut reaction to that, is keeping people informed. And the other thing is, it's changed so much in this in local government in my careers. You don't have local media anymore. They're gone. And local governments are finding themselves having to fill the void. And you're seeing a lot of PIOs hired to keep people informed, whether it's the reval, whether it's changes in school districts or whatever. They're having to fill that role. So that's what struck me here, but I'll throw it out to whoever might have noted this, that what is the county's role and what kind of shape should it take about just keeping informed?
When I go to a vote, I vote how I think it ought to be. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it so far I haven't made any mistakes except one. The PIO, I was against expanding government to bring that in. But these guys have been great. It's been well worth it. That was a mistake on my part. I'm glad I was overridden in that one.
That one time.
That one time.
But I mean, it's such a fundamental change. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, Rick remembers, I remember having 4 or 5 reporters at the board meeting.
I can remember when I was actually not even downstairs on the other side, I was in the old town, and you would have at least 3 reporters at our meetings, and then when time there was none, and now we don't have them physically present, but at least they can watch, to go back and watch our YouTube live stream and see what's going on. And we're fortunate we have 3 or 4 local papers.
That's fortunate.
News agencies in Johnston County that do reporting, but it's not, it's still not like it used to be where they were at every meeting.
Well, and you've got a lot of residents like, I always say they do 2 things in your county. They sleep and send their children to school, and they work in Raleigh, spend a lot of their money in Raleigh. And trying to reach them and keep them informed is a challenge, because that's all they know of the county. I mean, they pay their tax bill every year.
I think the public information officer staff has really done dramatic things to help improve the perception, but I think also the rebranding project that we just started will go a long way to help us improve that perception as well. That's going to be a long and intense project, but I think it will really make a big difference.
Well, it sounds like y'all have gone a long way, and it's just recognizing that it's a reality now, that that is a role of government to keep people informed. And I've heard managers say, well, I'm sure now the paper don't write us up. Well, that's not a good thing.
No, that's right.
I actually think public flow of information is important.
People need to know.
Yeah, they need to know. So,
because they automatically take a negative assumption.
I believe that is those that we have. We've got about 20 minutes left to talk about just what do we want to set as those topics for tomorrow. It sounds like to me we're going back. Financial stewardship definitely seems to be a priority, revisiting those things. Utilities, water and sewer.
Sounds like transportation underway.
That was sort of on.
Sounds like same thing with growth and land use. Sounds like there is some desire to have continued discussion around county facilities and infrastructure. Workforce, it sounds like the conversation is, I'm not sure that there's conversation to be had on it tomorrow.
And it's a question of how many topics you want.
Yeah.
So do we have 6? Is that what we wound up with? I got financial stewardship.
For discussion, we have financial stewardship, water and sewer, and county facilities and infrastructure for certain, so 3. It sounds like from the discussion that there's not much to discuss on transportation, that's underway, and just the work will continue. Same with growth and land use, that basically waiting on the consultant to get those ordinances aligned. Workforce, sounds like done a lot already in that space, that there may be a desire for some comparative data. I don't know how much conversation was desired around that. And public perception, you've already addressed a lot with your PIO and rebranding. So I definitely 3, and the question is any others.
And the only one, and I don't know if it is a topic, but on the land use, I know you're waiting on a consultant, but is there any conversation the board wants to give direction? Would be the only topic I could see there. Things that you just feel strongly about need to be incorporated into that.
Neil, what I'm going to say is not exactly right, so let me just clarify that. In any organization, there's got to be a vision and mission. But vision and mission without execution is no good. I believe this board, while we're not totally there, is pretty far along with vision and mission. I think our issue is execution. I mean, I think we generally know where we need to go. We talked about it last year. We talked about the same things this year. It's an execution issue, in my opinion. We got to go get the job done.
And maybe that's, in talking about some of these, is there direction of plans and deadlines, and that we need this done by here, there. I spend time with boards, and that's a lot of their discussion in their retreat or work session is developing, at the end of the day, developing tasks and assigning them and having a calendar.
Tony, Commissioner Brazel's not here, but I know he'd want to have a conversation about the DSS building. We've been kicking that around
yeah.
for at least 3 or 4 years. So what do we do? What's the next step? How do we get that started?
I think, let's just talk about that. We're ready to build a DSS
Yeah.
building. We just got to finish assembling the land, get the plan. We talked about having a site plan. We got the money, and we go build it. It's all execution. I mean, it's not that we don't know what we need to do.
Right.
We just got to get her done.
Get her done.
Yeah. I mean, to me, the financial stewardship piece is, there's so much that falls under that, which to me, the county facilities fall under that because it's going to require CIP and financial planning and all that. So that to me, that's the easy number one. And the other ones, I kind of agree with Commissioner Smith. We've blended them. That you can blend some of them together and they fall in multiple places. But yeah, I think we know where we're headed on a lot of this. So I don't know, other than being specific, if we go to the list of things and, you know, this is what we want to see here, the infrastructure, the regionalization. I don't know what more. We're in process on that until we get further with the towns. We get our phase 2 back. I don't know what more there is there. So I'm open to topics. And I know we have to go into 4 tomorrow, but and I don't know how long any of these discussions are going to take. But I don't know that we're trying to get 1 to 3 after I get past financial stewardship. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at things that we're going to talk about in depth for another 3 or 4 hours on here. I know we can talk a lot, but I want to spend our time efficiently and effectively. So,
You know, I'm prepared to get in the weeds. I've got my notes.
we'll start with April tomorrow and we'll see where she goes.
Okay. We'll dedicate the morning.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
But I'm kind of where Commissioner Smith is. We really already have plans set up, and maybe I'll look to staff and say, what is it you need more clarity on from us, so that
maybe we have that discussion
while we're here, we can talk about it. So
yeah,
and I don't know if that's something you're going to answer like
Well,
in the
let
next
me-
5 minutes.
Just
But
tell us what you need, we'll get it.
Let me put, since we've
Yeah.
got time to talk about
Yep.
philosophical BS, let me.
That's your specialty. There you go.
And, I talked to Chad about this, and I know this is probably not gonna reach ears that wanna do it, but if I will quote King for a day, we do our bonds for public infrastructure for 30 years. We do our bonds for schools and other stuff for 15, 20 years. I'm a firm believer that the people who use the facility need to pay for it. The people who go to the school, the people who need to use it, pay for it. And I realize everybody loves to get their debts paid. I got that. Want to get our debt paid. Want to get our debt paid. Don't want to owe much money. But what we're doing is putting on the back of the present taxpayer schools and facilities that people are going to be using for 20, 30, 40 years. And they're not paying for it. The taxpayer today is paying a shorter bond to just get it paid. And we could stretch it out more, like a lot of businesses do, so that the user pays. And I realize that people are going to see that different, but I just at least want to be sure I've said this. I think we ought to do, all our bonds ought to be 30 years. subject to some exceptions. But I just think that way the person who uses the facilities that the bonds bills pays for it.
I mean, to me, that makes sense. I mean, when we talk about the user paying, we talk about growth, you know, paying for itself, and I can't say that I can argue against that. It makes sense if that's, which I think is this board's philosophy, is that user pays, is how do we make that so that the people who are here 20 years from now are paying for facilities they're going to be using.
20 years ago, we pay cash. And then we moved to some type of bond, which just says, okay, we don't have to pay cash. We're going to finance this out, just like people finance their house over 30 years or whatever. And we're moving in that direction. I just think the more you can tie the financing up with the people who are going to use it, the better use you make of your funds, the more you can do. Businesses stretch their debt out as long as possible so they can do as much as they can, rather than use their capital, their cash, to pay so much up front. And I think we need to be good stewards to the taxpayer, not ask them to pay any more than they have to. And I just think there ought to be a discussion. There ought to be some reason. What's the rationale for paying debt off so fast, I guess?
I think it tends to come back to the private sector, Fred. You know, it's always been perceived in a family thing, pay your debts off, get debt-free as quick as you can. But I agree with your argument. The only negative I can see, if the bonding agencies doesn't see that as a negative, I'd say let's do that.
There's the man right here.
Yeah, good.
Welcome back, Kyle. I'm glad you stayed with
Never
us
left.
today. Yeah.
Never left. How are y'all? It's a very good question. I think what you will find, the concept you're talking about makes perfect sense. What we tend to find, especially in North Carolina, we run into a couple things when we think about general government, which includes schools, versus utilities. Number one, the LGC is going to govern how we do our debt. And we're going to have a hard time, in as good a financial shape as we are, selling, so to speak, to the LGC that we need to do 30-year debt for things like schools. That'd be abnormal for a AAA rating and this, that, the other. It's also going to be, it'd be abnormal for a AAA rated local government to do their general government stuff over that long a time period, unless you've got a unique story to it, meaning going all the way out to 30 years. So it's a long-winded way of saying, for any variety of different reasons, typically your general government types of things, schools, admin buildings, fire stations, the useful life of it, et cetera, it tends to get done over 20 years. Maybe some unique other circumstances you can push a little bit further, but that tends to be, call it the best practice, if you want to use that term, is to do those over 20 years. Utilities, different story. A lot of that has to do with, you know, you're sticking pipes in the ground that'll be there 50, 100 years in a lot of cases. So usually we go to 30 years on the utility side of things. For general government, though, it's a really unique circumstance to go longer than 20 or 25 years. To your point, though, when you came on the board and we first started working, it was all cash. And then for a while, we did some bonds over like 10 or 12 years. And then we moved all the way out to 15 years. I'm kind of smiling as I say that. If you remember Bob High, who was deputy state treasurer for a little while and in charge of the LGC, worked with us for a while. Bob actually told this county and this board at one point, hey, you're paying your debt off a little bit too fast. You're stressing that debt service to expenditures ratio. And so at that point, I think we'd gone from 10 to 15, and now we're basically at like 20. And 20, right, wrong, or indifferent, tends to be the best practice side of things. But what I would say is, as we do all this planning we're talking about, and as we kind of layer all the different projects that come in, even outside of the philosophical side of things, the plus and minus of it is the quicker you pay your debt off, fine, you get less interest and all that kind of good stuff. You also end up with less annual financial flexibility. So that debt service to expenditures ratio we're looking at, That's your measurement of your annual cash flow flexibility. The higher that thing goes, relatively speaking, the less flexibility you have. The other ratio we look at that we have a policy is the payout ratio that Austin mentioned. We get that 70%. We pay our debt off, and we pay 70% of the principal off in the next 10 years. So we look to balance those two things. The further you push the debt out, the worse that payout ratio looks, but the better debt service to expenditures works, and vice versa. And so big picture, we look to balance those two things. I think we have a hard time selling to the LGC with the AAA and the strong cash flow that we need to go any longer than 20 years. But certainly, we're always open to looking at things and having different ideas.
You earned your fee today.
Doing our best.
No, I think that's a very good answer, and I accept that. You know, way I approach problems, I say I've got a clean sheet of paper. I'll write what I want on the clean sheet of paper. Then I'll see what the world takes away from me. And so you're.
It's a good liberal arts background.
Philosophically, Fred, you're right on spot.
And, but I mean, I understand that now.
Yeah.
And I think it's good that we talked about it, because we won't have to talk about it anymore.
So your king for a day didn't last very long.
He used wisdom, though, Keith.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
I forgot.
Yeah,
I was thinking, I wish Kyle was doing
Yeah. Well, when I saw Chad looking back, I thought, okay, Kyle must still be back there.
Yeah. You gave him the sign back there.
Yeah. So
So what we're hearing is back to the financial stewardship, the utilities, and then the facility needs is the three.
I think that's the three.
That's the three to zero in on. Now, if time permits and we go somewhere else, we'll go, but those are the three. Is that reasonable?
Yep. Sounds good.
I think so.
Okay.
Anything
else?
I was gonna say, any other things that similar to anybody else want to be king for a day? Let's go.
I'll see how long that lasts, and I'll just stay here. It doesn't last very long.
Yeah.
It's a metaphor.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think that that's it. Unless we still have an hour and 10 minutes. Do we want to start discussion today? And I know we've got dinner plans at 5:30. So how do we want to handle that?
We had down at 4. We didn't wrap up at 4.
Well, yeah, I think we had changed it. We had some schedule things that we were concerned about folks being here.
Keep rolling today.
Yeah.
I'm sure Manning's can move your dinner up.
I don't know what time they. I'll look back there to see if they can do that.
I don't think they can move it back, but I think they can
move it up.
Yeah.
I just don't know what time they start.
I'm supposed to be somewhere.
Let's see we'll find out. But I'll just kind of wrap it up then, because I don't think we're going to stretch it out, regardless of what Manning's can do for us. But I do appreciate everyone's time, the focus that we brought and we preparedness that we brought to the table today. Look forward to discussions tomorrow. I thank the association staff for the facilitation. We didn't miss Kevin at all, in case he's watching. Yeah. My mind's still on. But no, appreciate the job that y'all are doing and the insight and some opportunities there that we may have to work together to get some of our issues and challenges resolved. So, and thanks to all the folks who came and presented. Kyle, for staying long enough to get pulled up twice.
Get that question?
That's right.
To answer that question. We're gonna do the same. Yeah, we're gonna start at 9. We'll start at 9 in the morning. So, but before let me get my cheat sheet out here so I can make sure I get this right. So I will say we've talked about it already, but we will recess today, resume tomorrow morning with the live stream at 9 o'clock. And then as an FYI, that the commissioners are planning to eat dinner at Manning's Restaurant, located right down the street here on Main Street, 406 East Main Street in Clayton. And this is just a social time, and we'll eat together, and there's no discussion or action that will be taken at that dinner. And I will entertain a motion to recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
So moved. Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to that? Nay. We are recessed until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.